Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. To your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Good morning and welcome back to Chattanooga, Tennessee for the conclusion of the Scenic City Invitational LAN. 20 teams entered and only 4 stand today on Championship Sunday in preparation for CRL this afternoon. We have 4 squads looking to take home a trophy, a championship here at the first major LAN of the CRL season, of course hosted by UT Chattanooga. I'm Mr. Bepping, joining the booth for our first match of the day by K4 McMaster. McMaster, my friend, how you doing?
Fantastic. It's an early morning, that is for sure.
It
but
is.
I'm awake. I'm excited for this. No energy drinks needed. I am hyped and ready to get into the action. First onto the stage, lower bracket matchup for top 3, I should say. Number 4 seed Kennesaw State A takes on number 5 ETSU. Battle of the States, and man, these players, they were chatting up earlier. They're good friends. They know each other well, but obviously once the game starts, there'll be no friends on the field.
That is the great part about this LAN. There is a lot of camaraderie in all of the rivalries here, as these are regional competitions. So these players, they are used to playing against one another. But when it does come to on-the-field play, only one team can advance through our best of 7. Best of 7s all day long, which does introduce a tactical timeout that both teams can use if things aren't going their way.
Absolutely right. Changes the environment entirely, and the two teams didn't even know that was the case. They thought it was best of 5 to start. So a little bit of a shock, and at least when it comes to it being an 8:30 a.m. series, Eastern time that is certainly an interesting thing to present to them. 7 games to start the day. They'll have to win at best of 7 here. They'll have to win again against whoever drops down later on in our upper bracket matchup, which is between the number 1 seed Concord and the number 6 seed Indiana Tech. And then they'll have to do it again against the winner of that matchup up in the upper bracket as well. So it's going to be a long day for whichever of these two teams able to make it out on top.
Against a game advantage as well, which is the benefit that either Concord or Indiana Tech will have going into the grand finals. But that is a long ways away right now. Everyone is focusing at the task at hand, as Kennesaw State have had a pretty good run up until this point, but 2 wins over St. Edwards have really propelled them forward, allowed them to top their group and grab a good seed going into an Akron matchup that they ended up winning early on yesterday. It was a perfect sweep for the Owls of KSU. And they followed that up with a loss to Concord and then a win over St. Edwards again to advance today. On the other hand, though, ETSU have been through the ringer as they beat Bruton Parker. I'm checking to make sure because they have a lot of quality wins here.
Yes.
They beat Bruton Parker yesterday in a thrilling Game 5. Then a win over Akron and Kennesaw State B have been big parts of this Buccaneer lower bracket run.
They've been fantastic thus far, and I want to specifically lock down one of the things on the side of KSU to start. They beat St. Edwards twice, but the second time was significantly more convincing, taking it down in a sweep yesterday as opposed to a game 5. It's early in the morning. I'll get there. Earlier on Friday. So Kennesaw State have only gotten better, and especially Flitz yesterday was popping off on an individual level that we had not seen yet through this tournament. The same can be said about Landon, however. BPC were that close to reverse sweeping ETSU yesterday in the lower bracket, and yet regardless of that, Landon in Game 5 showed up like he hadn't yet before, locking down the victory and keeping them alive in this tournament. A couple of individuals that we had been looking to see perform on land are finally showing up, and it's the perfect time to do so.
And one of the reasons LAN is such a special environment is because we have matches in person at 8:30 in the morning. And so it's a totally different environment than playing at home on the typical 4 p.m. start time maybe for when gamer hours actually begin. This is the complete antithesis from what these players are used to doing in a competitive environment. And so I think this matchup is going to come down in large part to who can actually execute mechanically this early in the morning, and if it's nobody, which team has a better plan B?
It's going to be interesting to see who's awake, really. I mean, you know for a fact that they just started the day, likely, and if they've been up earlier, I sure hope they got enough sleep. But regardless of that, we do have most of the players ready. We just had Leo coming back. He's back on the stage now. We're getting him into the lobby. Most of the players are here. Once they are here, we will get underway for what is, again, a best of 7 to start the day. Every series today being a best of 7. The only one, I guess, that you can consider to be a little bit different will be that grand final where instead of having a bracket reset, we have a 1-game advantage for that winner through the upper bracket. Reason being, we don't want to interfere with CRL. All these teams are going to want to compete in the CRL Open qualifiers, and we don't want to put that ahead of them, especially just because the level, for CRL is a bit above us, but this is still obviously important.
That is the big story of the day. Everyone will be playing a lots of Rocket League this morning into this afternoon, depending on how far they go in CRL qualifiers. But right now, we are focused heavily on the Scenic City Invitational LAN as our lower bracket semifinal gets kicked off. It's Kennesaw State and East Tennessee State vying for a spot in the top 3.
This should be a banger. TNT is able to deny Kasai right away off that kickoff. He'll find one off the backward. Kronovi lobs it up top. Leo going to take his time, and I can't wait to see who brings the pace early. That, to me, should be a signal as to who's more awake, who's more ready to play. It's just a little bit of a feeling out process as we start the game. Landon will fire down all the way towards the left corner, now followed up by Flitz. Downfield, one-on-one, up against Kasai. Able to 50 it up high is Kasai. He'll take it out wide as well. Kronovi's just looking to play some shadow defense. No touch with Kasai. Leo will get the clear.
That's clean from Kronovi. Was able to take the ball away from 2 incoming ETSU players, but in that one-on-one with Landon is the defender that gets the better of Crow. TNT now in in his own defensive box. We'll set up Flitz for a clear. And Flitz so far looks pretty clean. He left us off yesterday with a pop-off performance against St. Edwards, and he will start us off this morning with a 1-0 lead for his Owls.
And man, you could see, I can't remember, I believe it was, yes, it was Leo who actually had the touch that dropped the ball down to the net for Flitz. An unfortunate self-inflicted wound on the side of ETSU to start things out. That one does not feel good. You know they're going to want to answer back right away.
The fact that Flitz looks this clean this early in the day is a bad sign for ETSU. They will need a hefty recovery. Already down by 2 goals as Kronovi finds another.
TNT this time having the assist. 2 touches off the backboard. Landon Kasai trip over each other a little bit, and Kronovi finds the top shelf on the second goal for Kennesaw State. A minute in, they look hot early, and you're exactly right. Flitz right now looks the most awake of all the players, and you can see that KSU now is starting to follow in his footsteps as well. You got to wonder when ETSU is going to come online. It might start here with Leao into the corner. 1 touch around TNT. Kasai is there, denied by Flitz. TNT will get the clear out further.
It's another one and done for the ETSU offense, who have been electrifying this weekend on both an individual basis and then when called upon on a team basis. I think their win over Bruton Parker had both of those features, with the first 2 games being won off the back of stellar individual solo plays, and then game 5 won off of incredible defense and a couple of open nets that Landon seized on. So ETSU have shown they can win series in different styles, but right now it feels like it's all KSU.
Kasai will pass it out towards Landon, trying to spark the first offensive possession. TNT tries landing a bump, but it still does not take Landon off of his line. Looks for the clear towards midfield. Leao has nothing, but he'll keep the ball in the blue half, just taking a bit of a test shot towards the defense of KSU. Flitz with a pop over the top. Landon not allowed to take a shot on target. 2 minutes through, this is the first quality opportunity on the side of ETSU. Will be shut down, and Kasai will start the offense once again. The demo comes out from Flitz on the layout. Now Kasai with the reset, not going to find anything else off of it. TNT another booming clear, going back and forth are these 2 teams. Good passing play out in front, but Kronovi is not able to find the target. It might be Flitz this time. Not online for him. TNT will take it on back.
That's good defense in transition by TNT, bumping Leo off the ball. Landon in the corner, just hitting hard and trying to see if Kennesaw State will bite on any kind of pace on the play. If they'll all get sucked into the defensive corner, so ETSU have an opening in the infield. But that was not the case as the Owls defend nicely. Set their sights on Leo, who was on the near side, playing some defense. TNT next up in rotation for the Owls, and it's just a 50-50 off right now in the midfield. ETSU are finding ground in this game, but still have yet to score.
That's where they really need to capitalize. We've seen a couple of offensive possessions look decent, but the defense for Kennesaw State has simply been quicker thus far. Landon is able to beat one over the top, and Flitz will take control up against Leao, beats him to the inside part of the field. Flitz now on the solo carry up top. The double from Flitz is a beauty. A hat trick of goals now for KSU.
Yeah, Flitz has not lost a step. I'm not sure he left the convention center overnight. Must have just been in here continuing to keep his form from that St. Edwards series, as he is a sharp tip of the spear for the Kennesaw State attack. That's 3 now for KSU, even as it felt like East Tennessee State were working their way into this game.
Now Landon up top, going to try to find Kasai. Again, ETSU with nothing. 100 seconds left on the clock. They got to get something going sooner rather than later. You cannot have a dry spell, certainly not this early in the morning. Nobi Flitz trying to take it up towards the sidewall. Unsuccessful. Kasai the turn up against 2. 50 taken out wide, and honestly, this is when you need to get hot. You have to get hot early, and Kennesaw State have done exactly that. ETSU have not answered the call.
Not so far, but at least they've got a best of 7 in front of them, so there is a little bit of extra time to wake up, but a lot of emphasis on a little bit, says Kennesaw State are on a run so far, and this series could get out of hand quickly if the Buccaneers aren't careful. That's a good opportunity from Landon, hard shot on target, but TNT stomachs it.
That looked like a very good opportunity, but again, TNT shut that down. Now a double commit comes through, but it's not going to matter. Landon and Leo both go up. Only one can shoot, but that's the only one that matters. Landon gets up in time and gets the first on the board with plenty of time on the clock.
Second tries the charm. ETSU could pose a comeback threat now, but they have to continue to, as a team, find space in the Kennesaw State backline just like that. A couple of consecutive challenges won, and an easy opening for both Leo and Landon there. They both went up for the shot. It was Landon that had the better angle and the faster approach, but now they have to play some good defense. As TNT goes backboard, Landon will.
Leo now trying to bring it back downfield, but he's limited the boost tank, and Flitz will win the pace of play. Kronovi, though, doubled with him. TNT has to have a safe touch and does get around Landon. That is a great play for the members of KSU to be able to retreat and get back in time. It'll be Flitz now, denied by Kasai, excuse me. Leo going to bring it back downfield, limited boost. Flitz to clear towards the corner. With every single second, the hope just continues to trickle on away from ETSU. There is only 15 left on the clock. They got to score with time remaining.
Good passing play. Kasai and Leo on point with their connection in the midfield. Len follows up his third man, but there is no boost on the ETSU side. Kennesaw State come out hot in game one and will take an early advantage in our best of 7.
Kronovi will simply drop it on down, and it really was Kennesaw State's game from the beginning. A pretty dominant performance, and Flitz looked hot from the start. 2 goals for him, a hat trick of saves as well. Already going well over 600 score. That is a fantastic game one, and we saw just how important Flitz's individual performance was in Kennesaw State's victory to make it this far today. If he continues showing up, that is a dangerous sign for all the remaining teams.
ETSU did start to work their way into that game, however, and I was liking the ideas in offense for the Buccaneers. They were trying to play around each other more as opposed to the individual style of rocket that they can still excel at, but it didn't look like the mechanics were quite on point just then. And that's what I was prefacing this series with. Is this early in the morning, it's tough to be on point mechanically. Kennesaw State was by way of Flitz, really, and then ETSU had to adjust and integrate their plan B early on in this set.
We'll see what adjustments are made from ETSU. I think they did look more and more awake as the game did progress. So you got to think from here, maybe that was just a feeling out game, and from here they could try to take off. But that is still a 1-game advantage to the players on the side of Kennesaw State. And if anyone knows anything about winning lands, it is obviously Kronovi and the rest of the players on Kennesaw State. They look solid thus far as we head for Forbidden Temple for game number 2. Let's see if ETSU can continue starting to wake up. You know, they were scratchy-eyed as things started up, but they were working their way into the offensive, the offensive half and the offensive third. Landon was able to strike. We'll see what they can get started right away in game 2.
A good first sequence for ETSU could be exactly what the doctors ordered for the Buccaneers. Kasai is hunting TNT, but the great utility player of Kennesaw State escapes, dimes up Flitz, and that'll be the opener for KSU just 15 seconds in.
Beautiful link-up play. TNT able to get around the bumps of Kasai, and that infield pass came through with heat. The shot equally as much. 15 seconds in, what a screamer coming through from from KSU. Continuing right where they left off, and Kronovi on the hard sheet does not find any demos, but he will find the mid boost. TNT has Kronovi waiting. He'll just charge in. Gonna set up Flitz up top, and Leo is off the ceiling and will be able to get the clear towards midfield.
Kronovi and Flitz combining for more space, but I do want to talk more about TNT, who was the setup man for a couple of goals in game 1, and the first one here, as I love the role he plays on Kennesaw State. Has always kind of been second fiddle when it comes to the spotlight with Flitz on the roster, fair enough, but he always seems able to fill whatever sort of role his team needs of him. He can be a star player mechanically, he's got that in him, but he's also a phenomenal setup guy. We saw that in transition where he dodges Kasai, who is looking for bumps and demos on the goal line, and that allows TNT space on the ball. He dimes up Flitz, and that's the opener for KSU. It's not flashy mechanics, it's just great game sense, and that'll be the advantage for the Owls as TNT looks to duplicate what he did earlier.
We were even having discussions, the casters and myself, earlier regarding who exactly, are some of the MVPs of the tournament, who have been some of the most productive players on each side. And TNT was in the conversation a lot. He has been showing up in ways that don't necessarily show up on the scoreboard, but they've clearly been impactful. And we'll see if he continues putting on more impact plays here. That is awkward out in front of the defense, but Leao will simply pass it back towards Kasai. Going to bump it out wide around the likes of TNT. One more touch. Will find Landon in the corner. Looking for the corner double. Does have it, but Flitz was waiting for that touch. Will end up getting it out wide. Leao on the turn. Boost to work with over the top of TNT. Boost is limited. Kronovi is able to pick up that corner, and great timing it was for him. He may not have been able to get the save otherwise, but it's not going to matter because Kasai has the shot off the infield pass from Landon.
I thought that was off. I thought that pass was a bit too far out in front, but Kasai got up to it quick and put pace behind the shot as well. Kennesaw State get beat out there by the pace of an ETSU offense that do seem to be waking up. Beautiful teamwork play between Landon and Kasai, and that was how they started to get back into game 1, just didn't have the flurry of goals necessary to erase a 3-goal deficit, and so now to see them at a tie ball game with the amount of possession that the Buccaneers have had so far on Forbidden Temple, it's a very good sign.
You could even argue the pass was actually even better for Kasai, that it led him to the spot. Without that much momentum behind the ball, who knows if Kasai finds the far post in the same way that he did. So credit on both sides as Leao tries to make it 2. Can't find the double. Landon's there with the rebound. Flitz to deny. Now Kasai is just going to take it out wide. Not going to test Flitz just yet defensively. Now on the air dribble attempt. Reset going to be turned away by TNT. Leao reset into the corner. Carry against Kronovi. 50 just kept in a safe spot. Landing the shot. Not going to be on target. Flitz sending it back downfield. A much improved showing on the side of ETSU, but they have yet to find a lead.
This is a suffocating offense right now. TNT, though, has boost, and Leo does not. That corner 100 is significant as TNT grabs it. Now Kasai and Landon have double committed there in the midfield. Kasai will buy time. A nice air dribble carry, and Leo plays the ball up to the sidewall, but Kasai's retreating, so if he doesn't pivot, that'll be KSU's ball. The Flitz is kind of giving it right back. A pop for TNT. He'll win his 50-50, but now Leo has access to the play, and a teammate upfield of Kennesaw State are moving that line of scrimmage forward.
Landon now. Limited boost in the tank, but does have teammates waiting infield. That pass is read by Flitz. TNT will be next, and he's going to just nuke it out of the field of play, allow his teammates to retreat once more and try to regain boost. But TNT is actually able to get a read from the sidewall to start building offense. Bump from Leao onto Kronovi will clear him out wide. TNT is going to be the only one back. It is a one-on-one. Landon's taking his time. He's got no boost. Tries living for Kasai. Flitz is going to be able to get up in time to make sure that's turned out wide once again. But ETSU, they just look progressively more and more threatening as time weighs on.
This is more of the composed midfield structure that ETSU have shown in some of the games where they've had to play a lot of defense and just stay together well, and when they break out, they stay out, which is where they've been for the most part here on Forbidden Temple. Now Leo's faking a defender and bumping Kronovi, but no one was expecting that much space to be given on the Kennesaw State goal line, or created rather. It certainly was not given. ETSU are very much heating up, and KSU have to be ready.
The only problem right now is that KSU have been ready, and that ETSU just, even then, if you're going to continue to try to push offensively, which you've done for most of the game, you have to at least try to play the hope that Leao was able to create the space that he did. Have one person up there, have the other person play back as a safety net. They were not able to do so for one reason or another. Now their defense is back against the wall as Kronovi looks to retreat and grab that ball now from the ceiling. Has Flitz waiting. The touch is light from Kronovi from the ceiling, and now Flitz will try to follow into the corner where Kasai is there to reject it once more. TNT back up top. Kronovi following in. No more boost in the tank. Sickens ticking down. Lay out in the corner. Flitz does get the 50. It's so neutral. Kronovi wins the race to the ball. TNT not going to go up. Instead, it's Flitz to continue it from the corner, and his double drops the ball down. I don't believe that was the plan, but we will have overtime and golden goal in game 2.
Such as Rocket League there. Opportunity missed for the Owls, and opportunities have been a rarity for KSU throughout Game 2. After they scored first, it's ETSU with a lot of pressure off kickoff here in OT. And Kennesaw State hunt for a clear, but once more, they bait Flitz into giving the ball up and give Kasai space off the sidewall. He looks for a double backboard, but Kronovi has it covered.
And Kronovi had to. There was no boost on any other player. Flitz and TNT had nothing. Kronovi had just grabbed that back left boost. Good backboard play coming through from Kronovi to deny as TNT tries to start the offense now in OT. It's Kronovi with a shot, just too high. Landon no touch, but there's no threat either. Flitz and TNT were just a little bit too far back, but TNT's been given space. Flitz trying to clear the backboard, no double coming through. Kronovi the rebound, shot saved by Kasai. Flitz not in position for the rebound, but he will send it off the corner. Leao will play control. 1 minute through, both teams have looked very dangerous, but neither have been able to get through.
You can see Flitz diving for that play, realizing how significant that sequence of possession was for Kennesaw. They've got ETSU in probably the worst spot they have at all in Game 2. Not a ton of boost to work with, and hemmed in on their goal line. Kronovi off the backboard sets up Flitz for a potential game winner, but ETSU do end up getting a toe on the ball. The Owls persist. They played back into the orange box. Leo tries to break out, but loses car privileges. Kronovi now has TNT behind him, full on boost, and so off the sidewall, TNT hunts for Flitz. ETSU, though, continue to be a nuisance and get in the way of that play.
This is much more of what we saw in Game 1 on the side of Kennesaw State. Offense maintaining possession for long periods of time, but now it might be a good breakout opportunity for the members on the side of ETSU as Kasai does win the 50. It'll be sent into the corner where Flitz will play control. Air dribble all the way back downfield. 50 against Leao is one as well. Only landing back. Kasai with a weird touch, but this is so awkward for the defense.
Oh.
Saved somehow off the post and crossbar. Landon denies the opportunity.
No.
Leao downfield. Full field clear is not on target either. How has the ball not gone through on either side?
Rocket League giveth and Rocket League taketh away. So close for ETSU after a spectacular stop. But same can be said for Kennesaw State. So close to winning a grind of an overtime where they have had to stretch offensively to keep ETSU on their back foot. But now the Buccaneers play the ball forward. Center here off of a 50-50, but it's only Kronovi in the ball's vicinity. 2.5 minutes of extra play here in game 2, and that shows you just how close a lower bracket semifinal we've got in front of us.
Kronovi will take it out wide, but he will only find Leao, who also tries playing boost and control in the light touch. Flitz and Kronovi on the double. TNT has to get up in time. It is Kasai to clear out wide, and now Flitz is just going to play patient. Leaves it for Kronovi, but the bounce is awkward for the defense. Finding TNT is Kronovi. That pitch is hard off the corner. Flitz is there first before Kasai, eliminating the possible threat. Leao once again following, and Flitz is just on top of the ball. Defensively, he has been sharp, although the rotations are starting to fall apart ever so slightly defensively on the side of KSU. We'll see if they can turn something into offense as Flitz starts the possession to the sidewall. One more touch, backboard. Leao turns it out.
More offense for the Owls, and they've been held scoreless for quite a while now. A full game's worth of Rocket League, even though we are deep into game 2, and it hasn't changed, but overtime continues on 3.5 minutes now. As the Owls pass through the midfield, Flitz has TNT center, but he goes for the net himself. Leo anticipated that. Will find himself a save, though spins out. Can't capitalize on that clear. Still, though, sticks around. It makes sense. It's how Europeans love to play Rocket League. It is difficult to keep the ball out of their hands, though Kennesaw State will try once more.
I do believe this is now the longest overtime that we've had on stream so far this event. Not quite the longest of the event, which would have been, I believe, BPC and Cumberland yesterday, which was 6 minutes or so. But what a save by Kasai. Continues the play on. Kronovi in field, read by Kasai again. Landon will take it out wide. Kasai was able to grab that mid boost. Landon looking for bumps, centered out. TNT able to avoid the bumps, and now Flitz and TNT trying to work in tandem. Leao's early challenge is successful. TNT to the skies, drop down out in front of net. Kasai, one touch, being chased by Flitz. Not going to find it. Kasai will simply nuke it towards net. Kronovi's low, doesn't get the touch. Kasai is there with the shot. Almost a full second game being played, and Kasai will put it through to even the series.
That's how ETSU got to this point. Stellar defense into solo efforts. Kronovi was, I think, 1 unit of boost shy of making that stop, and Kasai knew he has opponent in a perfect position. ETSU grind out a game 2 to get themselves level in this set.
And what an individual performance on the side of Kasai. He had both goals for ETSU. 4 saves as well, which led the lobby by 2. 7 total saves on the side of ETSU on 8 shots for Kennesaw State. The only one, obviously, that they did not save was a goal, but stellar defense, statistically or not statistically, from ETSU. They played their hearts out, and that was a very hard-fought game.
Such a difficult team to break through, and Kennesaw State learned that firsthand on Forbidden Temple. Almost 2 games of Rocket League played right there, and just a single goal on 9 shots for the Owls because ETSU and their backline defense is so good. They'll back off when you don't expect, allowing a shot that they're well prepared to save on their goal line, and then when you anticipate that, try to pass in front to put more pace on a shot. Someone's in the middle of the passing lane to stop your offense. ETSU have a great read on the game, and that was a well-earned first game win of the series.
Good job by them, but you know that that's not how they want to win every game.
I think it is how they want to win every game.
With 4, almost 5 minutes of overtime, I'm going to claim that that's a stretch, just personally. But I'm certain that they would love to at least continue taking more of these wins, and they've only gotten better as we have progressed. Granted, it's only 2 games, so we'll see how they continue adjusting to the plays of Kennesaw State, as Kennesaw State have been the team to strike first both games, and I'm certain ETSU would love to get themselves on the board first and actually play with the lead in hand. It's a close opportunity for Kasai early, but the Mountains able to turn it out wide.
I suppose what I mean is ETSU seemed content playing a whole lot of defense and dragging a game out as a result of that, and then off the back of great goal line and back line play, then finding a game win. If it's 10 minutes of Rocket League compressed into 1 game, so be it, say the Buccaneers. But I suppose we could ask them after this series is over with, though If it doesn't end up in their favor, they won't feel like talking. A lot of Rocket League will be played to decide who may advance to the lower bracket finals, take on the loser of Indiana Tech and Concord. Coming up after this series, a trade of demos out in front gives Kennesaw State space that Kasai will be quick to take away.
Landon now trying to set up Kasai as well. Will be 50 all the way towards the opposite corner where TNT is there for the catch. Beats Landon over the top. Flitz now. Continuation play over towards the sidewall. Looking to get in touch over the top of Layout and does find him. And Kasai does have the read on lock. TNT one more time. Looking to win the 50. Does not. Kasai up top will set up Landon on the clear downfield. Flitz is waiting. He'll send it hard off the ceiling on the reset now. Looking to go the length of the pitch. Will get the double. Oh my goodness, Flitz. That is gross.
And after a short hiatus, we have returned to our regularly scheduled Flitz programming. What a 1v3 out in front of the East Tennessee State net. That seems to be the strongest win condition for Kennesaw at the moment, though as we saw in Game 2, it's not something they can completely rely on, though in the meantime, it'll do for now.
It's another lead coming through on the side of KSU, and Kasai is trying to turn the tables, but will not be able to right away. Landon's going to turn back out to the sidewall. 2 players for ETSU locked up in this corner on low boost. It's awkward out in front. Kasai trying to do what he can around the defense, but instead Landon will get 1 touch back in field before he pays for it, courtesy of TNT. Kasai now, just a simple shot. It goes towards net, not on target. Kronovi 1 touch. Leao maintaining the possession. Kronovi will take it out wide once again. Just trying to play space as best as he can. Goes over the top of Kasai, 50 neutral at the ceiling. Landon will pass back, and ETSU will try to set up from their own back line.
ETSU might pass backwards more than any other team in this event. They are so in tune with one another and aren't concerned with giving up space in the offensive end. If they think it means a quick reset of the offense can mean it comes back more powerfully. And here they are still stuck in their corner, but that's all right. They'll play patient and set up Kasai for a 1v2. Potentially, he'll still boost after Kronovi takes the ball away after a good challenge, but that's the long con the Buccaneers like to play.
Kasai gonna probably challenge this. No, it's TNT actually takes it away. Flitz was bumped off the ball. I thought that was the opening that Kasai needed with the challenge, especially considering he had boost. Flitz shot's actually turned out wide by TNT accidentally. We'll see if that comes back to bite them at all. Kronovi is going to turn out the possession before he suffers the demo on the side of Layout. Flitz to the ceiling once again. We already saw him pull off some ceiling plays earlier on with that first goal. He's trying to find it again. Instead, it's Kasai finding Layout. Turn away by Flitz, who continues showing off with his individual presence. It's hard to see many more people left in this tournament to have the pop-off ability that he has.
And that was a good cut defensively as well, as Kronovi didn't have much boost to defend with on the backboard. And we've already seen Kasai beat a low boost Kronovi in a pivotal moment. That's how Game 2 ended, but now Kronovi might get the last laugh. Big pop right there, and Kasai was happy to catch it, to get back down to earth, and TNT quickly sends the ball back up into the skies, though it's a battle for possession between these two, with ETSU marching forward deep into Kennesaw territory.
I love what Leao was trying there, trying to snipe the bottom corner. You know, typically at the high levels of play, you expect the shots to come in with heat towards the upper part of the net, seeing as that is typically a tougher shot to save. But instead, trying to snipe the bottom corner was Leao. It was a good effort, but still saved out wide as now TNT looks for the double off the pass coming through from Flitz. It will not be found. Kronovi back towards the back line. Leao wins the challenge. Flitz slowing down the pace of play, trying to allow his teammates to reposition, and does so, gives TNT the time to challenge, and Flitz, even with 0, pops up towards the ceiling. Landon's up next. Kasai trying to be a bully on the back line, but TNT is still there to help Kronovi out.
Good help defense by TNT there, but still ETSU will not relinquish control of possession. Leo finds a double tap after Kennesaw's resources were worn thin by a suffocating Buccaneers offense.
And Flitz, he tried pre-jumping, but he thought the ball was just simply on target. It is slightly too high, and Leao had that on lock the entire way through. 1-1 once again, and this looks eerily similar to that of our last game. We'll see if the tides do change. That double will open things up. Flitz is able to get around the ball and get the second. Tides changed immediately, I guess.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, for Kennesaw, they've exercised some demons of that near 5-minute overtime with a fast answer to ETSU's comeback, which with 45 seconds left, I'm still putting stock in with how explosive ETSU can be, but there they were explosive for all the wrong reasons.
We'll see what can happen here if Leao is able to get the reset. He is, but the clear from TNT will push Kasai all the way back into his own corner. Kronovi getting aggressive. The offense right now is the best form of defense. Flitz can't connect with that shot. Now potential breakout opportunities. Kasai is able to get one touch. Kronovi slowing down the ball, trying to help the defense as Flitz was also demoed off of that play. TNT slowing it down now, and again, the offense being the best defense, it just wastes time being in the orange half. And ETSU, they have to break out, but man, that is so much easier said than done.
They've done a lot of good work in transition this weekend, though, and Kasai at the forefront of this counter. Landon in the corner, puts the ball center, but his passing option was taken out. Thrust into the Kennesaw State corner as Flitz fakes, trying to end Game 3 in the Owls' favor, but it's TNT that gets the honors. He grounds things, and it's Kennesaw State back in the lead.
2-1 now. They're alternating games, at least at present, and if that continues on, then Kennesaw State will end up taking this in 7, but obviously ETSU are fighting and fighting hard. The defense continues to play a very solid game of Rocket League, but there it just simply wasn't enough. And to be fair, there is not much that can be done about that first Flitz goal. That was a moment of individual brilliance on the side of Flitz, and the second goal that came through was a good demo play right off kickoff to answer back from KSU on that first goal from ETSU. Flitz just continues to show up in big ways, and you know, we also have to credit the demo that led to him getting that game-winning second goal.
This series is turning into which team has the deepest playbook or the best instincts when it comes to making plays, as backline defense is a huge emphasis between ETSU and Kennesaw State at the moment, and that is what provides your team opportunities to score in offense. And right there, Kennesaw State had the more improvisational moments up front, the TNT demo, like you mentioned, setting Flitz up, and then Flitz obviously on the ball has been a superstar here in Chattanooga this weekend. So they get the last laugh in Game 3, but we still move on to a fourth game where ETSU can reset and show us their playbook potential.
And again, we were talking earlier about, you know, some of the MVP players. We were talking about how valuable TNT has been to this team. And that demo, again, that led to Flitz scoring. That's not something you'll see on the stat sheet for TNT specifically, but obviously it makes a massive mark, as that was what led to the game being won by Kennesaw State, as TNT looks to set up the first opportunity as well, straight off kickoff. Kronovi's going to maintain that possession as Landon looks to get it clear. He'll carry it out to the midfield line. No more boost in the tank. TNT cuts it out. Kasai going to be on the turn. Does avoid the bump as well, but Kronovi now given space to work with. See if he can pop off with the individual plays on the reset. It's out in front. Flitz pop over the top of Landon, unsuccessful.
Great speed from Landon there, hopping up off the ground and now setting up a clear that nearly turned into an opener, as I've been waiting for Landon to have his big moments, as he was the Game 5 star against Bruton Parker yesterday when ETSU survived to advance, denying a reverse sweep bid out of the Barons. And well, Landon has been quiet-ish. I don't think anyone on ETSU is having a bad series so far, but I'm waiting for Landon to really step up in offense and deliver us a pop-off moment, because Leo and Kasai are great on the ball. Landon is as well, and we cannot forget that.
Now bringing it downfield is Kasai. Flitz is going to take his time from the ceiling. Does have boost to play with as well. Sending it downfield layout. Going to pass back towards Landon, but Kronovi's on the early challenge again, and that's something Kronovi has been so good at all weekend long, is being that pesky first man that no one wants to deal with. But regardless of his boost, he is still there, making sure you are annoyed and making sure your time defensively is frustrating. But now the demo could make things a little bit irritating on the side of Kennesaw State. It is Flitz with an easy clear back downfield. Kasai now, space to work with. TNT going to challenge from the ceiling and sidewall. 50 chem neutral layout. Going to play control. It's a soft touch into the air dribble. To the sidewall, to the backboard lane. And there, shot, bar, and out. Flitz will get the clear. ETSU almost had the first goal, and that would have been their first time leading in this series.
That was nearly it for Landon. ETSU turned aside once more and will continue a scoreless run through 2 minutes. TNT with 84 boost in hand will beat the first man of ETSU. Kasai's been taken out in the back line and gets a favorable respawn that invites him back into the play. He finds a clear and is now headhunting. Kronovi his target, but he never makes contact. Crow goes in and out and watches as his second man, it was TNT, rotated back to make a good stop. He follows up with another nice one outside the blue box, and Kronovi will clear for Kennesaw.
Now layout on the turn, plenty of boost. Kronovi, again, that first man challenging, and he doesn't have to necessarily make contact. He just has to push you where he wants you to go, and he was able to do so as that was turned out wide, but the demo could open up the scoring finally. Flitz is able to carry it out wide Sidewall double as well as afforded to him. Bring it all the way back downfield on the early challenge. Landon just going to leave it for Kasai. Good communication to not double commit. Kasai's bumped off the ball. TNT to the left side wall. Now Landon going to take his time. One touch infield. Flitz going to carry it out. Has boost to work with as well. Over the top of Kasai. The control from Flitz through this series, stemming off of yesterday, has been wonderful to see. And he hasn't slowed down for a moment. He's been crucial on the offensive side of the field for Kennesaw State, and honestly, they're probably going to have to need him to show up again if they wanted to put something on the board here in game number 4. It's awkward for the defense, however, and TNT and Flitz, they work together to get that one out.
You see an emphasis being placed on goal line sweeps by ETSU at the moment, going for more demo plays than I think we've seen in this series so far. It's really worked out a couple of times, and Kennesaw State have done well to nullify that strategy of the Buccaneers. Still 0-0 with 90 seconds left to play, and what an important stretch this is with Kennesaw State potentially looking at match point, 3 match points. If they can close out this game 4 with a win, ETSU, they can keep this, or they can keep pace with a win now, and it's looking like the next goal could decide so much.
And it's crazy, you know, how explosive these two teams are, how offensively sound they are. The defense has really been the storyline of this game and of this series, just because it's been so low scoring. It's been 2-1 games every single time, and Landon might have an opportunity on the full field clear, but Flitz is able to race back in time. Kronovi now with TNT waiting. TNT is actually able to take it away, but that 50 will send it back, and KSU is going to start their offense from scratch.
Rough bounce, but TNT still beats the first player up for ETSU. Second man in Leo has beaten one, and TNT's got no boost. Being harassed by Landon, he still gets back to make a big-time save. TNT has been a star for Kennesaw and keeps this game level.
Now Landon, one more touch, 50 up top by Flitz. Kronovi, no more boost. TNT going to take it from right underneath the ball, but Leal had that red on the pre-jump. Will reset off the ceiling. It's left for Kasai. One more touch off the ceiling. Does have his flip still. Leal, control. 50 was trying to play it towards Landon, but this breakout would have been useful for Kennesaw had Kronovi had any boost left in the tank.
Hold on.
Awkward touch from Landon. TNT hunting bumps on the back line. That pitch from Landon will alleviate pressure. Only 10 seconds left. Will anyone end this before OT?
Flitz could. He's got Kronovi center. Not a whole lot of boost, though, and so Leo stops that play from ever really developing. Last gasp effort for ETSU as they keep the ball up. Landon off the sidewall, misses contact. Flitz has a chance. Kronovi up front, clearing the way, but ETSU find a stop as the shot goes too high, and we get to overtime.
And if Landon does not get that demo on the TNT, the rebound opportunity is there. That demo could not have been better timed on the side of Landon, but It may not matter as Flitz is able to take out Leal. Now here comes TNT on the reset. Kasai not falling for anything. Landon, one more touch, no more boost in the tank, just trying to give his team any time to retreat. Hard shot from Flitz, denied by Leal again. Kasai with the double commit with Leal. TNT to the skies, landed up on the backboard, has a great read to alleviate pressure.
That is such a tough ball to not just get a read on, but also collect, and it turns into offense now for ETSU. Landon upfield is going to be a thorn in the side of Kennesaw State's chances of breaking back into their offensive half. Blitz downfield, steals 100, and actually pops the ball up for himself. That's the ball he likes to go for, but ETSU were ready for that. They find a clear away and will test the backline defense of the Owls once again.
Now centering touch, it is Landon to take it up top, but Flitz was there on the pre-jump. He's got so much control. However, no more boost. Probably going to leave for a teammate. Instead, the pinch gets away from Kronovi, who still challenges on 0. Kasai, the solo effort, looking to take it to the house. The 50 gets TNT is neutral, and TNT barely guides it into the corner. Landon looks to maintain the possession. It'll be taken away by Leao on the light touch. He's got nothing left to challenge with. Will still turn on the ball regardless. Flitz going to be up next to it, just keeps the ball in a safe space in the corner. Landon not going to be able to challenge Flitz. Kasai up next, almost being attempted. Kronovi still gets a save off the bar. Leao rebound, kept into the corner where the possession will go on for ETSU.
In such a high-stakes game, high-stakes series in this tournament, both teams are looking composed in defense. Beautiful reads there out of Kronovi and TNT, and ETSU got us to overtime off the back of phenomenal stops on their goal line. But that's a terrible double. Flitz nearly gave this game up. Kronovi tracks back, and ETSU couldn't react in time. Now, going the other way, Kronovi finds TNT downfield, but Leia had to stop on his backboard. Now it's Landon and Kasai's turn to do the same, though it's looking a bit labored. Seems like KSU will have themselves possession, and, well, looks can be deceiving. The Buccaneers find a clear.
And I will say, these low-scoring games that we've had throughout the course of the series has not been due to the lack of offensive opportunities. It's just because the defense on both sides has been elite, and that bump is massive, but there's no one there to take the shot. Pass from Leao finds Landon. What a fake from Leao. 1-on-1 now against Kronovi. On the flick, looking to get bumps. He does get the bump! Leao takes it the distance on the field, and ETSU once again level the series.
Another lengthy overtime, but it's Leo that calls game this time around. Gets a big fake in the midfield, and the kind of guts you have to go for that sort of play in a game that has been shifting on razor-thin margins is so impressive. Not to mention the finishing touch off of Leo's Octane. Such a good win for ETSU, and this best of 7 is guaranteed at least 6.
Maybe I was wrong about ETSU and wanting to play in these longer overtimes, because now both their wins have come off the backs of that and off of some absolutely stellar defensive play, as you were noting that, they'll play these long, grinded out games as long as their defense is able to hold. 1-0 now, the first shutout of the series, and every single game has been decided by one single goal. You cannot get a series closer than this.
I'll give you credit. I don't think they want to play long overtimes, but I think they will. And so far, we've had about 7.5 minutes, I think, of extra time in this series. We're only 4 games in, and so we'll have to get some extra time in the schedule elsewhere, as CRL does loom in the back of everyone's minds, but not for the 6 players on stage at the moment. They are focused on the task at hand. 2 more games required out of whoever is going to advance to the lower bracket finals.
And we'll see ETSU being in the position that they are in. Kennesaw State won game 1, which means they don't actually have to win 2 games in a row as of right now. They can win this, and then game 6, I guess they could win that too and then have it done then, but they're not required to win 2 in a row. ETSU, no matter what, will have to win 2 in a row to take the series. Either they drop this and have to win 6 and 7, or they take this. I guess they wouldn't have to win 2 in a row then, my bad. But regardless of that, they would love to get it done. No one's been able to win 2 in a row just yet. They're alternating games, which, if it is a pattern, favors Kennesaw State. I would say they take this and then they take 7, but anything can happen with how close this is, and that is a crazy triple commit, but still somehow all the players from ETSU are able to get back.
It's been a minute since we had an 8 a.m. math class, so I can't blame you for the commentary there, but we are in 8 a.m. Rocket League class here. McMaster being shown how to play this game at a high level. Both sides going back and forth now with chances on either end. In the first 40 seconds, nothing falls through.
Actually, you know what? I am going to correct myself again, because it actually was right. Kasai's going to get the first goal on the board for ETSU, and that is the first time that they've been able to actually lead with time on the clock. Their only 2 wins have come from overtime, where they've had to answer back to goals from Kennesaw State. That is their first lead, and I was right. They'd have to win 2 in a row from last game, and then this game if they were to win it. So there you go.
Well, either way, ETSU with a good opening goal on the ground, and that's how the last 2 scores of theirs have come. The 2 Europeans with great ground 1v1 play. Besting, it was Kronovi at the end of Game 4's overtime, and here it's Flitz that got bested. Oh, I set up a point and then nearly forgot as well. It is early, folks, but it's all right. ETSU up 1-0, and Leo looks to make it a second. This time, Kronovi finds a stop, and TNT a clear.
Possession has basically been maintained throughout the entire course of this game by ETSU. They look great in the blue half as Flitz tries to start the first decent offensive possession on the side of Kennesaw State. Can't get a bump or a challenge on the layout, who beats 2 defenders as well, but TNT's got all the boosts and all the right positioning to play this. Kasai, one teammate waiting in field, is landed, but the pass is read beautifully. That shot will not go on target. It's just a full field clear. Kennesaw State going to get their whereabouts back underneath them again.
Good demo, should open up some space in the corner. Really taken away by Leo. ETSU are so good at reacting to the plays Kennesaw State are looking to make there. A nearly intercepted pass actually doesn't pan out, but the third man in TNT isn't ready to immediately shoot, so Leo has time to recover. Now Landon on the backboard tries to make a play, but it's Kasai on the other side of the ETSU back half that finds an important touch to once again stifle the Owls.
And TNT and Flitz just keep passing it back and forth to each other, but right now ETSU defensively is making all the correct reads. They're reading the extra pass touches and shutting them down before they can reach the shooter. Just alleviating pressure as best as they can as now they look to apply it in the opposite direction. It is Kasai playing the space and playing the time. Takes the 50 up against Flitz's layout, steals that corner boost and can play an infield pass. Does have Landon waiting, but Kronovi's clear. Will mean that Landon has to retreat once again. That corner touch is set up for TNT, turned out by Kasai. Close call on the defense, but again, ETSU continue to hold.
Kasai's got 100 boost, which for ETSU has felt like a rare sight in this series. They're so good at defending with nothing in the tank. Communication is on point, their challenge is the same, and there even a full tank of boost doesn't mean an escape route for the Buccaneers. This does, though. Pass upfield tests Kronovi's mettle. There on the backboard, he succeeds, and Kennesaw State are slowing things down on ETSU, though on their backline are forced to double commit. That leaves the backboard open for now, but no one jumps on it for ETSU.
It would have been Landon. It would have been, had Flitz not taken him out from that initial touch when he sent the ball to the backboard. Close call, but that bump was crucial towards maintaining just a 1-goal deficit, one that KSU can battle back from, but they need some substantial offense. They have not seen that, or we haven't seen that yet so far this game. There's been maybe 1 or 2 possessions that started building up, and that's been about it on the side of Kennesaw State. The shot numbers are certainly limited on their half of things. We'll see if they can start turning things around. It's TNT looking to take it on his own, but it is denied.
It is the 4th shot for Kennesaw State there that got the closest, it felt like, but still ETSU persists on that goal line, maintaining a 1-score lead in a pivotal Game 5 now. Landon out of the corner, connects with Leo there, but still no clear. The midfield is firmly in possession of Kennesaw State until Kasai breaks it wide open with a clear backboard, and Flitz returns to sender.
Landon, not much boost left in the tank, but Flitz doesn't have any either. Good catch. Perfect read from Leao on the flick. There's no one left back, but Landon's touch is actually a perfect pass to Kasai. I did not see that developing as it did, but clearly the guys on ETSU did. What a play to extend the lead to 2.
Great cinematics by the director cam in Rocket League there, as we all thought Landon had a wide open nets, and TNT was tracking back, but Landon realized he had something more than just an easy tap in. He had Kasai to confirm it, as that pass, I think, was the higher percentage play than trying to redirect a shot on target with TNT tracking back. And so, ETSU claim an all-important insurance goal here in our final 30 seconds.
And, just to put this in perspective again, it has been almost 2 full games since Kennesaw State were able to score. Actually, more than that. You have basically the overtimes from earlier, but my goodness, they are just struggling offensively, and not because they haven't tried. It's not due to lack of trying. Kronovi is right there trying to put the first one through, but the defense of ETSU has been beyond elite. This defense looks unreal right now, and there's not enough time left on the clock. That is match point to ETSU.
It's been such a difficult series for ETSU, being backed up to their goal line consistently, having to face off against an evolving offense in Kennesaw State, and yet their defense is so good. They cannot stop making blocks on their goal line to keep themselves in front. And here, finally, an advantage in game for the first time, it feels like, and now a 3-2 lead in the series.
First time someone's won 2 in a row, and I keep looking up towards the side of Kennesaw State to see whether or not they want to call a timeout, and yes, it is called by TNT. They just must not be feeling as though something is right. Something isn't quite clicking, and at least that game, one of the things that I saw on the side of Kennesaw State, I saw plenty of passes from Flitz and from TNT. That was good work, but at the same time, they've been doing it so much. Is it arguably becoming predictable? And the Buccaneers, they're kind of showing that it is. They've been reading it at every single turn.
They are ready for it. I don't know if that's the only thing Kennesaw State have been going for, as ETSU have shut down the solo plays as well. And so Kennesaw State, it seems like, are trying to mix up their strategy in the offensive end, but East Tennessee State always have, it feels like, a man right on the ball and then 2 on the goal line. It feels a near impenetrable defense, and I don't envy the Kennesaw State boys in trying to figure out this 1,000-piece puzzle they have in front of them.
It's been crazy to watch the defense of ETSU. Better than any defense we've seen so far throughout this tournament, and we've seen great defensive games. We haven't seen a series like this where the defense has been able to be so strong for so long. As now, I guess we're going into Game 6. We're just not, I thought we were going to the timeout, but they're ready to go, so we're just firing away.
All right, well, away we go to Neo Tokyo, where dreams are crushed and winners know how to win. 10 seconds in, it's Kronovi with an early opportunity once again. Stops by East Tennessee State. Not sure what's going on, but at least East Tennessee have found a way to continue to get defensive stops.
TNT's able to get it clear as well, coming off the save of Kronovi. It'll be Leao stealing that corner boost. On now the touch into the corner is Landon up top. Space to work with. Flitz shuts it down right away. They're taking their time in the back line as Kennesaw State, trying to build a little bit of possession, keep the ball close and play the 50s, and here it will benefit them as Landon has no choice but to retreat.
More consistency on the back line of the Buccaneers as Landon, it's a bit of a misstep, but Kasai is still right behind him. These boys have each other's backs, and we are still very early on in this roster's lifespan as Leo and Kasai both had chemistry coming into ETSU's lineup, but Landon had to find himself integrated into a new echelon of Collegiate Rocket League when these two joined him at East Tennessee State, and so far so good for the Buccaneers.
They look fantastic. You know, I really struggle to say what Kennesaw State should adjust offensively because it's so hard to say. The defense has been elite. Even when bumps have come through, it seems to still not be enough. The rotations have been perfect on the side of ETSU, and I really don't know what else they can change unless maybe Flitz can go back to his ways of just solo brilliance. That might honestly be required to beat the defense at this point. It's been the story of the series, not just on the side of ETSU, but on the side of Kennesaw State as well, because neither team has been able to score more than 2 goals in any game thus far. The defenses are what are leading the charge on both sides.
Kennesaw State opened the series up with 3, but since then, ETSU really have woken up. As, I mean, on their back line, I don't pretend to know what the solution is in breaking down ETSU, but a Flitz masterclass on the ball certainly would help the efforts of Kennesaw, though still 0-0 at the moment, and Flitz on the ball has 2 players to contend with. Kasai takes it away from him, and now Landon up ahead looks for a dunk, and gonna put the ball center where no one was ready to pounce.
Flitz, even though the boost was taken, was able to still get a second touch off that corner wall, and TNT will follow it. Center down now. Flitz still limited to take. Will take a shot towards net. Kasai, 1 touch to make sure it goes out wide, and Leo will follow. Now playing with a little bit of pace, limited boost, however. Kasai will fake it out, but it's actually TNT who now takes control. 1, 2, 3. Look at that give and go from TNT and Kronovi.
The extra pass is what beats ETSU, and that's not a sight we've seen much in the last couple of games, but perfect chemistry between TNT and Kronovi will bamboozle the goal line defender of the Buccaneers, and the Owls will get right back on track with the lead, though the trend is becoming they still score first, but ETSU and their comeback potential writes the history of the late games.
It's been 5 of the 6 games where the first goal, or I guess only goal sometimes, scored was by Kennesaw State. However, ETSU last game were able to find the first, and they were able to hold on to it. This time, could we see the opposite thing come through? ETSU hasn't really found much offense throughout the course of this game. There has been a lot of control being played by Kennesaw State, but Kasai could have the first opportunity. He's just going to float it towards net, and Flitz will make sure that that is guided away into the corner. Landon right away up, layout, waiting in the midfield with boost. He'll play back and play shadow defense on Flitz. He'll have to retreat as well, so that clear from Flitz was effective. Kronovi now with the shot. It's a bouncer, but Leo has it locked down. TNT rebound to maintain the possession. Off the corner once more. Kasai will be read by Flitz. Kennesaw State are really looking to add some insurance.
90 seconds left, but keeping ETSU scoreless in this series, this weekend in fact, might be a lot like catching lightning in a bottle. They have yet to be held scoreless in a game so far this best of 7, and have been very good at scoring late to force those long overtimes. And right now, they move forward. Kasai on the goal line, applying pressure. Leo on the ball, looks for Landon. Center here, he's got a backboard attempt, but Kronovi has things covered for his Owls.
He was able to get that second touch off the ceiling as well to carry it deep into ETSU territory. Blitz has one more, but there's no teammate waiting in the wings. Instead, it's Landon trying to play it up top. Kronovi there once again with the backboard read and boost in hand. Layout now, playing the ball towards the backboard where Kronovi will keep it out. Landon just going to wait, and Kasai ends up taking it away, but he has space over the top of one to the backboard. The double makes things dangerous on the double commit. No boost to speak of, but Kronovi comes out of nowhere to keep it away.
His backboard rotations have kept Kennesaw State's lead intact, but again, he is required there. Leo tried his hand in aerial play, and now Kasai has bumped an opponent, and that was an insane sequence. I thought he was lost. I thought he was tripping on his own feet, but Kennesaw don't find an insurance goal, and now it's right back to goal line defending.
It was so close on both sides of things. You thought with that double demo brought to you by KSU, they were going to get a second, but time is still on the clock, and that means there's still fight in the Buccaneers. Being brought downfield, that clear from Kronovi is crucial. Landon has to play it off the backboard. One challenge going to come through, and his TNT fakes now Kasai the pop-up towards Leao. Blitz there once more to the backboard, tries getting a double, not going to get it, and the demo stops the player from reaching the ball. We have ourselves Game 7 in the first series of the day.
What a recovery by Kennesaw there, blanking the Buccaneers of ETSU. And like I said, that doesn't happen very often. Credit to the goal line stands that the entire team, but Kronovi especially there at the end of Game 6, put up to force us onto Champions Field to start our day off.
I was looking over towards Skyline. I don't see any timeouts coming through. ETSU, they seem fine then with where they're at. It is traded shutouts on both sides of the field. We find Game 7 of the first series of the day. This has been so close. Two games won by 2. Only one game where a team scored 3 goals. It has been low scoring. It has been a defensive masterclass. And I don't know about you, but I am an absolute fan of this style of play.
It's so grindy. It's so much fun to watch if you enjoy the small details of a series. The stuff that doesn't show up exactly on the stat sheet, like Kennesaw State evolving a bit, going for the extra pass, and the one play that resulted in a goal that Game 6. That's something they've really done against ETSU, and you could see it finally confused a goal line defender for the Buccaneers, which really has not happened often.
No, and you have to also look at the heroics of Kronovi defensively. His backboard play could not have been any more perfect. You could Google backboard play in Rocket League and you're gonna find Kronovi that game, and right off kickoff, Flitz 2 seconds in, has the hard cheat, the demo comes through and he'll bang it home.
And so we have our final stat. 6 of 7 games in this series have started off with a Kennesaw State goal, which I think is credit to both teams, honestly, for getting us this far into our lower bracket semifinal. It's nice for the Owls to have a lead early on, but ETSU and their comeback potential has been instrumental in sending this series the distance. We've lost connection with our observer PC, so give us a moment as he gets back in the lobby. Kennesaw State in offense, though, have an open backboard, but ETSU have covered the read off of it. It's more possession for the Owls. Leo over the midfield line sees Flitz fly past the ball, but Kronovi looks to collect. Leo dunks the ball away from him, and Kennesaw State must retreat and play off their goal line.
Now hard off the back right corner, TNT with the full field clear. Leo gets a demo onto Kronovi to stop the possession on the side of Kennesaw State. Flitz into the back left corner to pass back to Kronovi, where Leo tries intercepting. Landon now challenging, but Flitz is able to carry out of his own half. Kronovi hunting demos against Kasai, does not find it, and Leo is able to get the clear now to the back left corner. Kasai's going to take his time, has boost in the tank, will carry it downfield, has the reset over the top of one. No, Flitz is there with the interceptions. The ball lies in midfield, still waiting to see who takes control.
You're not missing much right now. A lot of possession battling going on at the midfield line, but Kasai has space and a somewhat open backboard. Flitz did get up off the ground to cover it, however, and now in the midfield, Flitz has no boost, so he just clears along. A lobbing ball into the ETSU side, so Leo now putting the ball back over the midfield line. It's volleyball at the moment, and we welcome you back to Champions Field.
Finally, we have the observer back. Not sure what exactly happened, but thankfully we were able to get that resolved before any goals were scored, before anything crucial was to happen. We saw that first goal, and then from there things went black, but we are back now as Landon gets it clear back down into KSU territory. One touch from Kronovi, he wins the 50 and does get credited with the save. Landon now on the catch, has a teammate waiting in the wings. Demo for his troubles by TNT fittingly. Leao returns the favor up against Kronovi. Up top goes Flitz. Nuke back downfield, no teammate waiting in the wings. It's 2 players who commit on the side of ETSU, a sight that has been very rare throughout this series. Cannot start seeing that in Game 7.
When there are mistakes, though, the play following is always a good one for East Tennessee State. It was a double commit, yes, but they still did get the ball into the corner and will likely sacrifice maybe a bit of pace in transition into offense, but they don't give up an immediate goal off of the defensive blunder, and now they can look to set things up in that Kennesaw State half.
Kronovi up top, Leo with the 50. It's a waterfall down opportunity. Shot saved off the bar by Flitz. Landed though, the rebound saved again by Flitz on the in and out save. Crazy heroics defensively. Still ETSU are looking to lead the charge as Kasai challenges. It's right in front. Landon does not have it. Leo with boost and control. Kronovi challenge unsuccessful around Flitz. TNT's not back, and we have a tied ball game.
No one on the goal line to play hero this time around. Leo takes it slow, beats 2 defenders, and has Kasai paving his path right on down Main Street. We are level in Game 7.
Just under half the game left to go. That is a crucial goal courtesy of Leao on the favor of ETSU. Finally getting themselves on the board and with a lot of time to spare, but Kronovi might have an opportunity. He'll play patient as Leao takes into the corner. Over the top of one goes Leao. Now one more touch instead going to be left for Kasai as TNT looks to challenge. Landon nuking back downfield. Kasai from the back corner. Infield pass. Kronovi there with the touch. Landon going to maintain the possession. Love the creativity from ETSU as they look to try to find more passes. It is Kronovi to dish it out wide.
Team pinch to put more pace on the play, but Flitz as third man is contested immediately by Kasai. ETSU always have a man upfield ready to pounce on a potential challenge taken. While it's not a 1-50-50 for ETSU, it's the next couple of challenges that break them out of defense for a moment. They'll Kennesaw State right back on the front foot, have Landon denying their entry into the orange box. It's an immediate shot off of Landon's Octane, and now with TNT making a save and Kronovi taken out, it's Kennesaw State going to work again on their goal line.
Oh, it's so close for ETSU. They need this goal. Well, I guess each of them needed one goal, and one, based on the rest of how the series has gone, will be the decider in this series. It's Kronovi to send towards net. Landon and Leao just going to take their time. Landon will take it away, gets the pinch infield as Leao was able to collect that back corner boost. Flitz waiting on the backboard, extra touch infield. Kronovi there, corner double, not afforded to him. Instead, he just takes the 50 and tries to maintain the possession, but Kasai's bomb downfield will stop the pressure.
Good extra touch out of TNT. Kronovi on the backboard actually makes a phenomenal touch as well. Sends it out of the danger zone, and TNT extends that clear for KSU. Kasai, though, with a refuel trip into his defensive corner, can look to start things down the sideline. Beat two defenders, but was forced off the ball. And now here comes the cavalry. Leo for Landon, who won't commit as Flitz was there on the near side.
And it looked like there was a team bump there on the side of Kennesaw State as well. Close call defensively, but they are able to escape for the time being. Landon once again back on the pressure. Kronovi out wide. TNT just head hunting at present, trying to make the defenders as awkward as possible. Two in the same position. Landon's touch will kick out wide. He'll grab that corner boost, but Flitz has a strong pinch. Two demos onto Kronovi and to Flitz mean that there's no more offensive pressure to talk about for KSU. Landon back into the blue half. Flitz will take it to the corner for the final 10.
Off the corner, Kronovi plays this out to TNT. Upfield extending the play. Flitz takes a neutral 50-50 with Landon here. We seem destined for overtime, but it's Leo with an opportunity late. Off the backboard, there's no one there for KSU. The shot is denied, however. Landon tries to keep this going on triple zeros, but KSU have seen enough. We need extra time in Game 7 to send one of these two squads to top 3.
And it's only fitting that would be a low-scoring Game 7 overtime between these two teams. It just felt like from the start that we were destined for it, and now it is right in front of us. Kasai is up against Kronovi. Flitz, one more touch, does not find TNT. Sent downfield, Leao to Kasai, and ETSU! The Buccaneers claim top 3!
They had to fight from behind this entire series, but ETSU still find a way to advance. They move along to the lower bracket finals, and everyone contributed. You could hear the elation from the Buccaneer camp at the end of that set. They know what this means to them in such an early part of this roster's lifespan. They found top 3 at a major LAN.
What a massive performance from everyone, frankly, on ETSU. I mean, we had a small discussion earlier about trying to identify MVPs for different teams. There's no way of trying to pick an MVP out of that team. Everyone showed up and did their part on the side of ETSU. It's a complete team effort, and they take it down in the most dramatic way possible on Champions Field in extra time.
They lost in round 1 of our bracket play yesterday morning and have not looked back since. 4 consecutive victories for ETSU as they set their sights on a grand finals later on, but they will have to get through the winner of the loser of Indiana Tech and Concord later on, and it's not been easy for the Buccaneers up until this point, and at this point, I don't think they care.
No, not at all. The tough road, fine by them. They'll take it as they can, but we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have one of the winners from ETSU here for an interview. Welcome back to the Scenic City Invitational, everybody. I'm McMaster alongside me, one of the members of the ETSU Buccaneers. We have Kasai alongside us, who ended up taking that Game 7 overtime. He sealed it off with that final shot, and what a play it was, my man. That was, I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning. Did it really have to be such a long series?
No, it was way too early for this. Honestly, yeah.
That's entirely fair. I mean, to be fair, we didn't expect CRL to be, coming around the same time that we were running this event. But, you have your eyes set on this. You have your eyes set on CRL as well. You guys have performed, and based on the seeds, you've actually overperformed as well. You go into top 3. Is there a team between Concord and Indiana Tech that you would prefer to play?
I'd say Concord because we lost once against them, and I kind of want to get them back. So
Once Concord down in the lowers, I know it was an early series and it's probably a little bit harder to remember, but you guys played great. This team is very new. How have you guys been able to take such little time and turn it into such great results?
So yeah, it's been 2 weeks since we started streaming actually, and I'd say game reviews helps a lot. That's what we did yesterday night before going to sleep. So. Yeah, I don't know. We have a really, really good coach as well. So, yeah.
Well, you guys played a great series. Again, Game 7 overtime victory from you and the guys at ETSU. Do you have any final things you want to say or any shout-outs you want to make?
I mean, shout out to all my family and friends, right? To see the stream. And shout out to ETSU Online as well for all the works.
Shout out ETSU, shout out Kasai's family. Congratulations on the win, my man. Try to get as much rest as you can. I know it's early, but you guys earned a win. You earned yourself a bit of victory sleep. So, again, that is Kasai with ETSU. I'm McMaster. When we come back, we have the upper bracket final. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Scenic City Invitational. Here we are for the upper finals match here. We got two hot teams playing through the past 2 days here in Chattanooga, but that last match, my man, we got to talk about that for just a quick second. What's thoughts?
I mean, me and you were sitting behind the prod desk the
Popping
entire time.
off.
Yeah, we were just leaning back in the chair with every passing moment. Kasai with an absolute incredible series. But Kennesaw State, nothing to shun at whatsoever. It's their first LAN together, I believe.
I do believe so, and a lot of us had some rankings set up, and I mean, pretty much most of us were actually right. I was a little bit hopeful. I ended up being wrong at the end of it all. I had Kennesaw at 3. Unfortunately, they fall out at 4, but still top 4. An amazing showing here for Kennesaw. But we got to talk about the teams on the stage right there on the camera. Is Concord the #1 team unanimously here at this tournament? They are absolute demons right now. CRL, these guys are winning everything, but on the opposite side of them is a team hopeful of the community.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of an old versus new battle. Like Concord, those old folks like the Lakers right now, honestly. You got a couple of old guys, but you still hope that they can make a title run. And Indiana Tech, they're like the Thunder. They're high-flying, they're young, they're new. You got 2 European imports on both squads, actually, I believe, and 1 resident American in Bluey and Helix, respectively.
Yes.
But, I mean, yeah, both of these teams have looked like, I mean, obviously they're in the upper final, but they have looked the best. They've looked the part.
Here's the one thing, though. The one team that we can expect right now to probably play upset is Indiana Tech.
Yes.
A lot of people think that they are the team that can at least take Concord potentially to the distance.
Yeah.
A lot of them are calling Game 6 is what I've heard. I've definitely heard people saying that they can definitely take a game, and it is going to be incredibly hard to do so. I mean, we are talking about the absolute masters right now of North American CRL.
Yeah, I do feel like, as we are just going to wait a moment to get into this game, I do feel like Indiana Tech would be the one team to push them a little bit. Concord has dropped 1 game throughout this entire tournament. One
game.
It's not
Not a series.
It's not. It's
a game.
not even funny, man. They're
Okay,
kinda
so like a
just-
best of 5-1.
They're rolling. They're
Okay,
completely
okay.
rolling. I expect Indiana Tech to take a game. I expect them to double their total in games.
You want to hear a little bit of insight?
Yes, give me insight.
One of the Concord players says they most likely can.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think even Concord's aware that they can take a game. The talent is there. They're incredible players. But all that matters is what is shown on the pitch. As we head into our upper finals, we have Indiana Tech versus Concord live on the main stage.
And it's going to be a best of 7, guys. So we got a timeout to each side. We got a longer series ahead of us. It's much more grueling than a best of 5. And this is going to kind of put Indiana Tech's mental to the test. Do they have the stamina to withstand a team like Concord? Obviously early on, a little bit of defense having to be played here on the blue side and the Indiana Tech side, but they are called the Warriors for a reason. They represent true grit, power, perseverance, but Concord, man, these guys exude excellence when it comes to CRL.
It's an incredible catch by Helix, already trying to start us off with a pop-off moment, and just about 40 seconds into game 1, but now Seamox hunting the bump. Cannot avoid Reshiram. Reshiram's the one player, in my opinion, who's kind of been the MVP of this Indiana Tech team. Bluey has been incredible on offense, velocity on both ends, but Reshiram, I just feel like, has exploded in some of the biggest moments possible. He's had multiple different pop-off goals, and he's mounted a couple of incredible comebacks so far, specifically on Friday.
Got to agree with that. I think Reshi is a guy to pay attention to. Obviously, we've got our own little personal biases, I think, when we think of MVPs. Oh, my Lord, Helix is almost off the ceiling there, trying to find the first goal for Concord. It doesn't go by the way of the team, but however, we get a little bit of possession moving into the half, waiting to see if Indiana Tech can get some real purposeful contact on any of these clears so they can get themselves started on some offense. They haven't had a lot of the first 90 seconds has been spent in the blue. So I am looking to Indiana Tech to try to build that counterattack, if you will, that transition. Big person I'm looking at on Indiana Tech is velocity.
Yeah.
His offense this past entire tournament has been so good, and look at that.
All you do is predict the future. That's it. You call out velocity, and of course he is an empty shooting lane, which he snipes all the way from his back corner, his back line. Velocity gets us on the board first, 1-0.
It's a blessing and a curse. It is a blessing and a curse to be able to see the future.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't want to brag about it. I don't think it's very cool to brag about. But however, hey, Indiana Tech on the board first in this series is something very crucial, very important. A lot of momentum here built for the fresh team.
Yes.
But again, like I said, I'm looking at velocity. On the opposite side for Concord, I mean, I think it kind of goes without saying. I think CMOS kind of is the MVP this weekend so far, though I do think everybody's been hella involved. I said that right there. I couldn't just get away with it. Chris off the ceiling. Look at that. They have all been incredibly involved in the pitch. I think that Helix has had amazing shots. I think Chris' off-ball performance has been absolutely incredible.
You're looking for velocity. It seems like we're looking for velocity on both sides of the pitch, actually. Put both goals in so far. Crispy getting a little bit of help, but yeah, this is what we've seen with Indiana Tech this entire weekend. It's been their offense, specifically their counterattack. It's go, 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 but they also know when to hunker down and just reinforce the fortress that is their back line, and then they're able to break out and have some aggressive and explosive plays. As Crispy tries to start us off with another explosive play. CMOS cannot locate the bottom right corner. Helix on the reset, can't force it through. Crispy's there. The defense is deteriorating for Indiana Tech, and finally their MVP puts it through.
It is just so hard.
Yeah.
It is so hard to defend a team like Concord.
Yeah.
They were swarming like sharks who smell blood in the water. They felt the weakness on the defense right there. Everybody huddled up right there in the penalty box at the Indiana Tech net. It was just perfect for striking. However, this kickoff could see us something good. Bluey, that's a demo in the corner, but it was Crispy on Reshi, so no passing lane available to Indiana Tech. They shut that one down quickly. Concord starting to slowly wake up through this game one.
Indiana Tech completely starved for the time being. Reshiram doesn't even have much time to go get that corner boost as Bluey is able to buy a few precious seconds, but Velocity loses his life for it on the back end. Helix being very aggressive as he has all weekend, getting the physicality going for Concord. Now Indiana Tech on the counter. It's a nice touch from CMOS, but it's straight to Reshi, who looked for velocity, but the pass is a little bit behind him. They reconvene and start over once again as we enter the last minute and a half of this game, one on man field. Reshiram now trying to hunt the bump on CMOS. CMOS is awkward. Velocity can't force it through, and now Reshiram on the back pass to Bluey. Look at that pitch. Velocity's up. Is he the first one to it? He gets the demo on Crispy. No one there for the follow. And Indiana Tech slowly but surely ramping up. Velocity shot is saved away by Helix, but he's still around. He can't locate the bumps. Here's Bluey. Is Reshiram there? No. He turns back and plays third.
You have to, though, but they haven't turned off offense entirely. That attack may have gone by the wayside, but it's slowly being pushed forward. Thank you, Director Camp, for giving everybody quick whiplash there, but back in possession is Indiana Tech just for a moment. Helix, a chance to push this past mid. Great touch to continue the play, but Bluey is trying to march down the field. The Warriors mounting an attack. Big touch off the back wall. That's a much needed clear here for Concord, but it's still Indiana Tech in a nice pace of offense. They're trying to knock at this door, and they sure are knocking loud.
This is the closest that, I mean, it's only one game, but this is some of the closest Rocket League I've seen any team at the Scenic City Invitational play to Concord. Concord, they don't look comfortable. They look like they're on their back foot, but they do continuously have that opportunity to mount a counterattack like they are now, but now Reshiram. That ball just off target. Crispy was there regardless. On the pop, Velocity tries to play it, but now it's Bluey second in defense. Crispy beats both of them. CMOS only has one person in net. Crispy cannot remove Reshiram, but Bluey with the 50 keeps them alive in game one. 4 seconds to go. It's going to have to be done in the air. Helix keeps it up trying to kill time and this game, but Velocity doesn't let him. Looking for a teammate to pass it down to. He has no boost. Reshiram has to help out, which he cannot. This ball falls, and game one goes in the favor of Concord.
Now, like you said, you mentioned that it wasn't comfortable.
No.
And I agree with that entirely, but you got to see some happy vibes, good vibes, happy faces at least a little bit over there. It's early in the morning. Concord's slowly waking up. They got that.
Me too.
They got that 1 goal game. Hey, buddy, both of us right there. You know what I'm saying? But they got that 1 goal game win, very important. On the side of Indiana Tech, though, they don't look downtrodden. You can see that they're focused. They're trying their best to really lock in and maybe see what mistakes they might have made there in that game when they gave up the tie game they had. However, there's not a lot they really need to. There's not a lot of notes that I can even offer up for Indiana Tech. It was just some moments where you got beaten up in defense.
The one thing I like, Indiana Tech's closer to us for everyone who can't see the setup. Indiana Tech is closer to us. You can hear their comms on the casting stand. They're calming very well. Like, they're very getting exact locations out to their teammates in a snap of a finger. That's very well done from the three of them. They've got that chemistry that's continuing to build up. They haven't played together, well, they've played together for a while, but they haven't teamed Indiana Tech for too long. It's just a great sign, in my opinion.
I think this is a great sign for a first land for a very fresh team.
Yes.
I think this is a wonderful record to kind of look back on. We all had them rated below 5. I think for the most part. We all had them underneath.
McMaster was the only one.
Right, outside of the top 4. Here they are sitting in the top 4 to get a chance. They have a second life, not just
they're in the
one
top
life.
3.
They're in the top 3 guaranteed here at the Scenic City Invitational. These guys have blown everybody out of the water when it comes to expectations, and I know they're trying to keep going on themselves, but right now this is nothing but playing with house money for the Warriors.
We saw Game 7 in Kennesaw State versus ETSU. I would not be complaining whatsoever if these two teams take us the distance, but there's still a lot of work to be done for IT. A nice little bump there from Crispy in the net, but neither of his two teammates were able to follow. CMOS now trying to locate Helix, which he cannot. A good cut from Reshiram, as he is not going to get back up to this ball with limited boost. He just leaves it for Bluey. Nice defense so far from Indiana Tech, but no real threatening opportunities from Concord until maybe now. Ball pops over to Crispy, which he cannot collect. CMOS on the carry. No pressure yet, able to beat 2. Bluey does have to adjust rather quickly and pop that one over to his back right corner.
There was no boost though. Bluey approaching with nothing in the tank at the top
What
right
a
corner
shot.
for the taking. There was 0. He had no boost in a dream, throwing that ball completely opposite side of the net.
The accidental quick chat as well is absolutely hilarious. In Crispy with a close one, the Concord boys ensuring that it's not an issue whatsoever. But what a shot there from Bluey to get them the lead early in game 2.
You can look at him too. He was smiling about that one.
Yeah.
He didn't mean it, but it's funny enough to see. They threw the no problem. They take it for what it is. I mean, these guys are
Nice,
you know.
50.
I was gonna say they're everybody's dark horse, but Crispy decides, hey, that was funny enough right there. And they good sports, good sports clearly, as they are trying to give one back. Hey, it's tit for tat here on this Sunday finals day.
No, all 6 of these guys are absolutely fantastic dudes. And of course, all of them can take a joke. Crispy, giving back what he received from Bluey. That's all in good fun. CMOS, though, now on the double tap. That's not good fun. Concord will put it on your head.
Yeah, that's just clinical. CMOS, plenty of room here. There's no one back. He has a free double available to him off that left side wall. One touch to himself, goes in the net, finds the backside. We've got 2-1. Very similar scoreline to game 1 here, but look at that clock.
That's a lot of time.
There's a little bit under 4 minutes left here, and they are cooking on this offense on the side of Concord.
We've already equaled the amount of goals that we saw in game 1 in about a quarter of the time, and now we've exceeded it. Taquito.
It's Helix. I mean, through 2 games, that is the entire team of Concord getting involved on the offensive side of the pitch. They have completely joined as a team now. We are all wide awake if you are from the opposite side of the field there on the orange team. However, blue with Indiana Tech. They feel late to every single opportunity. They are playing very slow right now. They've got to pick it up.
Yeah, on that 3rd goal, I don't even think Velocity saw Helix coming from behind him, and now Reshiram just couldn't turn back in time. It's kind of falling apart a little bit, but still, like you said, a lot of time, 3 goals. We've seen Concord score 4 goals in a minute and a half. Who says Indiana Tech can't score 3 in 3.5?
This is the one team I would expect to do so. That was a nice pass back from Velocity to Reshi. Unfortunately, they couldn't connect on the play. They're going to have to try again here. Again, playing from the defensive side for most of this entire game time. They got an early goal in this game. They did lead the scoring offensive for the entire game 2 so far. But it's been nothing but defense. It's been nothing but slow decision making since that early shot that went in for them, and I'm trying to figure out maybe where that all went. Do you think the wind in their sails got pulled back?
No, I honestly do think this is just the Concord effect, in all honesty. Like, you're playing against Concord. Concord slows teams down. This is one of the highest paced teams in the entire tournament. Second, I don't even think they're second. I think they are the fastest paced team in the entire tournament. They're electric. But Concord can just slow the game down at will. They just sit, they let Indiana Tech, they don't let Indiana Tech come to them. They go to Indiana Tech and they meet them where they are and they stop them in their tracks as Crispy shoots and he scores again. A hat trick for Crispy, and it's 5 in game 2.
We are 4 seconds past the half.
Yeah.
That is a 4-goal differential. Not to say that it looks entirely different from game one.
No.
But I do think, again, there's a bit of a deflation here in what we saw from Indiana Tech. Maybe it's nerves, right? We're real early here. I mean, it's 10 a.m. It's a 10 a.m. match. And finally, Reshi back scoring on the other side for Indiana Tech. We're not going to call it a comeback, but we're going to call it a much-needed goal on the scoreboard for the Warriors.
Maybe a momentum shift. That's what you need.
Hello?
Maybe.
Momentum?
Yeah. Yes.
Brother, that was Chris Paul shoots a 3 to knock the scoreline by 43 or whatever. What are you talking about? They're down by 3 right now.
Now we're just killing them. This is a momentum.
No, we're being honest.
Reshiram. On the double tap, does he have it? It's just going to go high. Where's the follow velocity? Couldn't read it the entire way. So maybe it is a momentum shift. You see Reshiram feeling confident. He's going for things that I don't think they should be going for down 4.
They're down 3 in 2 minutes.
Or 3, pardon me.
Yeah, buddy, like, maybe you need a monster. Maybe I'm the wrong person to drink.
No.
Listen. Indiana Tech, they're doing great. That goal is a get-back moment for them, and that's not what I'm diminishing in any capacity. However, Reshi, back with no boost, CMOS has plenty of time to take, and what a defensive block here for Reshiram. We're trying for another one. CMOS gets a touch. Velocity in an awkward position, is able to possess the ball, at least out of the goalie box. We have a continuation of play. Bluey needs just a little bit more boost to catch up to that one. Unfortunately, this offensive attack shut down for the time being, but they still have possession. That's a shot, but it's close post to a defender.
Yeah, I feel like that shot stretched out a little bit. It could have caught Crispy off guard, but Bluey now trying to deliver it down to Velocity, who's actually removed from the pitch just about 3 seconds ago. Velocity comes back with a vengeance, tries to force a double tap through, but his first touch was less than he would have desired. Velocity now coming back. He sees Bluey, who he ends up letting take control of this offensive possession, but Crispy doesn't really care. On the clear, he's been clinical in game 2, and he finds a 4th. Oh my.
Yeah, I'm giving you the look.
Don't give me a look.
You said this was a comeback.
No, I said I wanted.
Yeah, now you're changing it.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Semantics, right, or whatever. Okay, 6-2 here.
I speak French, not English.
Okay, all right. 6-2 here. 50 seconds left. Indiana Tech is trying their absolute best to just build some type of, I guess, good vibe here. I mean, they are playing a little deflated. Like I said, they're trying to build up their own confidence. We do knock the lead down by half, so we're 3-6, 36 seconds on the clock. If we had any more, we had 6 minutes in the game, it'd be kind of crazy, honestly. We'd have like a whole palindrome almost going on there. But they aren't going to be able to do much in this game, too. I don't think a timeout is needed, per se, to get into the next game. But I do think they need to take this whole minute to really focus in on the mistakes that have been made here.
I wouldn't be super shocked if Jake and Chippy call a timeout for Indiana Tech, but I don't think it's needed quite yet. They looked great in game 1, in all honesty. That 1-goal game. This game 2 kind of got away from them rather early, in all honesty.
Yes.
But I do like the amount of poise that these guys have maintained on. They haven't given up. They're still foot on the gas, even down 4. And I like that. CMOS, I mean, with a nice shot in his own head. Did help them a little bit, but still, the point is still there. The ball eventually will be falling, and Concord up 2-0.
Like I said, the big thing here is you needed a couple extra goals there at the end of game number 2 to build your confidence back up. Like I said, I think there was a little bit of deflation after those goals started water falling through on the opponent's side. We may end up seeing a timeout call. We're waiting on it. We're waiting to see what Indiana Tech says. But regardless, take this entire minute here to really talk about it, because it's something went awry. Concord, we still have no notes. We have nothing to say to them. They put up 6 in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana Tech, even if they don't take the timeout, they have that minute in the post-game lobby. They also had a minute or so in game that they could have just used to just chat and try and figure out what's happening. Because right now, I mean, Crispy's picking them apart like a butcher cutting a piece of steak.
This is, I think,
hard.
single-handedly, like by game, this was Crispy's best performance.
All weekend? I'd agree.
Potentially. Yes, potentially.
I think so.
Highest scoring performance, that
Yes.
is.
Yeah. We've had a couple. Who hit 1,000 yesterday? Was it Nolly? I think it was Nolly.
Yeah, I do believe it was Nolly. It was very close. It was like 800 points.
Yeah. It was against Cumberland, too. That was a great series. Nolly with an absolute pop-off moment, but Crispy popped off, gave him one better.
Absolutely did. We get into game number 3 here now. This is when Indiana Tech is going to need to lock in. They absolutely need to just completely focus up on where they went wrong defensively. I'm not saying change their entire game plan to defense.
Yeah.
I'm saying really lock down on what is going on. Don't lose possession so early. Try to manage your boost a little bit better and really pick apart the midfield. I think they gave up the midfield battle in game 2.
Yeah, I agree. The midfield was an issue. I do feel like I see their third man pushing up a little bit too far sometimes, and then he continues to get beat. Like, if you push up and you make a play, by all means, you can have it. But that's a great pass from Reshiram. The net is not empty. CMOS, where did you come from?
I believe CMOS's name is Stretch Armstrong, the way he threw himself with that ball. Back wall play here for the Warriors. Indiana Tech looking for a potentially open spot on the net. Helix, great save. Indiana Tech, though, they are marching down the pitch. CMOS is back. Good third man defense. Oh, and Velocity can barely get there in time. It's a pot shot to test, but they fail, unfortunately.
Bluey has a little bit of space here in this corner, but it's rather quickly shut down. Velocity gets demoed while he was rotating back, so a little bit of a gift there from him. He gets a little bit of boost, but the ground pinch from Bluey proves rather unproblematic. Helix ends up leaving it for CMOS, and again, Concord just very easily breaks out of their own half time and time again. Couldn't locate the pass over to Crispy, but the attempt surely was there. Reshiram now over 1, over 2. The net is empty.
Yes.
He will be beating CMOS, and it will be the first for Indy Tech.
That was a very hard press right there from Concord. They almost thought they were for sure going to connect on that high pass from CMOS to Crispy. That one didn't find its way. Helix, unfortunately, off the side there does take a big whiff. That just lets anybody in with a wide open door. Indiana Tech, Warriors start game number 3, but it's a shot off the kickoff, and CMOS says, let me get that one back.
Yes, that was fast. Both teams have scored in this game 3. There are no quick chats, so it seems we are improving a little bit. Misclick. There's a miss. No, come on. It's all in good with a little bit of banter, guys. There's no issues. We do have fun here at Scenic City in Chattanooga, but Rushy was already there. And yes, Crispy was up. Defense was aplenty for the Warriors early on, but this is another shot to test the defense. Velocity passes that one. They need to get out of the corner. They need to get out of their own half right now. They're playing very timid, I think, from their back half. Their transitions have not been as good as they have been in previous days. And with a lone member to defend, you just need a lead block, CMOS to score. This is so fitting to me because Indiana Tech was in a 2v1. They couldn't get the pass off, and then it was Concord in a 2v1, and they converted. It's kind of those, not really gimme goals, 2v1, you have the numbers advantage. It's the success rate with the numbers advantage from Concord that makes them such a tough out every single time.
It is tough to beat a team like this, especially when they have the firepower and the striking potential of Concord. They've set a standard for kind of a playbook you need to copy. That's a good falling challenge for Velocity. Unfortunately, no one can actually get the better of it on the side of Indiana Tech. CMOS a chance to lead the offense down the other way. Concord looking for 3, can't find it off the angle. Velocity, though, chance to potentially move forward with his team. However, it's still slow to the approach. They seem to not be able to collect themselves with some kind of speed moving to the other side.
They're just suffocating. That's all it is. I mean, it's just, even in their own half, they feel suffocated. 2 Concord members can suffocate 3 Indiana Tech defenders on their own half, and I think that's just a testament over to Concord. This was a good opportunity there from Blue, but no teammate central to receive the pass. The back pass, though, does prove to be strong enough. Crispy with a nice touch to clear it out, but it heads straight back only to the legs of Velocity.
It's these long clears, these long bangs into solo play effort from Indiana Tech right now. I think I'm noticing finally what seems to be the trend is they're not at all pushing up with 2 members. It is just Velocity going, Reshi going, Bluey catching up eventually when the play has already happened and done for the side of Indiana Tech. I think that's what they're suffering from right now. They're just a half a step behind each other.
I want to see the pace of play increase. I'm not like I can't talk to them myself, but I feel like there's got to be a little bit of fire lit under them. I hope that going on to match point does that. If they lose this game, there's still time.
We still have a little under 90 seconds.
We sure do, and we also have Bluey on the ball, which is a scary sight for any team whatsoever. But I want this to be a fire that's lit underneath them, because we hear them, they're not like, oh my goodness, Bluey was almost an incredible dunk. But as I was saying, these guys aren't like screaming in their opponents' faces, but they do get loud. They fist bump each other. They let them know that they are absolutely killing it each and every game. It's just not happening.
Again, game 2 aside, 1-goal games is a good thing to look at. This could be a breakaway
Empty.
play that is a nifty net. And Bluey, this time you predicted the change. You got that one on the mark. 2-2, 46 on the clock.
I see everything, folks. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Bluey, what a great shot there. Nice transition velocity. I believe had it on target, but Bluey absolutely sealed the deal. And in a situation as high intense as this, absolutely you're going to slam it. Doesn't matter if your teammate balls on target.
They almost got a third right there. Indiana Tech looking to change the story in this series so far. They take a win here. That's a bump. Could be something different. Velocity looking down low. Oh my lord! What a whip at the goal line, but Crispy is there to clean it up. They're still alive here. Less than 25. Tied. We may actually see our first overtime.
It's Crispy broke a little one. I'm so sorry. I'm in peril. Indiana Tech's winning game 3.
Oh no.
It's all
Are
done
you
and
sure?
dusted.
They're not even in the orange half.
I'm sure. Trust me. I'm not gonna get a tattoo on my forearm, but you can trust the pressure.
Brother, you're getting a different name than
No,
Indiana
I'm
Tech tattooed on your
not.
forearm.
Crispy now. Bluey's gonna have an opportunity to shut down by CMOS, and 1 goal away Concord is from match point.
This is true. It's overtime. First time here in this series. It's much needed, I think, to break up what we saw in the last game for Indiana Tech, but it is game 3. If they end up taking this and they take a 3-0 lead in the series, this could be detrimental to the Warriors. However, they are playing well early on, testing the defense here in this overtime. They've got a lot of possession, a lot of easy touches towards the net, right underneath the crossbar. Crispy sends that one away. CMOS to continue. Bluey is up. Oh my, almost headed it right back to CMOS, but they get away with that one, but it's barely by the skin of their teeth.
That was a great shot there from velocity, just a little bit too high. That's one thing I want to see for the rest of this series from Indiana Tech is hitting the ball with pace. Hard shots, hard passes, communication that it's going to come through, but it's a miss on the back wall, and Crispy sends us to match point.
All right, we are getting a big-time hand signal. We are going to immediately go to overtime, but it's not the team you think is calling overtime.
Wait, timeout or overtime?
Timeout.
Yes, got it. Cool.
Yeah, we're going to timeout from,
Timeout for Concord.
yes.
Hey, you know what, TJ? You got that, bro. All you, man.
He threw his hands up. He was like guiding a plane
Sure,
down the runway, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta get the kneel and everything. I want to be a coach purely so I can get timeouts. That's
Yeah?
it. That's
Do
it.
the Sathium?
Yes.
All right, guys. So right here, a chance for Indiana Tech to really take this moment. It's a 1-goal game, just like game number 1. Game number 2, I think, seems to be the outlier in the performance. I think that Indiana Tech really just kind of got in their own head. But here in this game 3, they brought it back. They were playing well. I think just, again, a little more ironed out mistakes, and we will see a game win for the Warriors.
I agree. Oh, the camera is dead. You know what? We can fix that after this game if you'd like.
We could fix that after this game. I feel like, unfortunately, they don't get to see our hands and faces anymore.
Man, that's so unfortunate. Anyway, let's talk about Indiana Tech.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I think that this timeout, even though it's not theirs, is going to be beneficial. It does just give them a little break.
It's a break to breathe.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a moment to really kind of lock in and go, all right, let's do it. Yes, okay, I think we're seeing like, hey,
Can we end time?
they just want to go ahead and go in.
Yeah, man, I don't care.
Yeah, I guess if they want to drop in, I mean, why are we to stop them? They called
It's
the
your timeout. You got that, yeah.
All right, well, Concord says, you know what? We had the 30 seconds. We feel good. We've talked it out. We're feeling better. 3-0 is the series score currently here in this winter finals. Indiana Tech off to a rough start. Helix off the kickoff. Concord up 1.
The timeout worked. It's safe to say Helix on a nice cheat up. It wasn't too aggressive, but it was more aggressive than Velocity's. Velocity just wasn't in the direct path of the ball, I don't believe.
No, not at all. So, again, we kind of get this hammering at the mental of Indiana Tech. I think this is by far their toughest matchup this tournament so far. I mean, it's anybody's toughest matchup. You're trying to be literally the unanimously ranked #1 CRL team in the nation. Concord has built this pedigree for themselves. And I think they've done a good job at least testing Concord. Again, silly game 2, errant game aside, whatever, I think Indiana Tech really have put a great performance against this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe the scoreline, the series scoreline isn't going to show it as much as we'd hope. I mean, obviously, there's still a lot of series left. They could absolutely mount a comeback. But even if this is a 4-0 sweep, I do think you walk away from this with a lot of information that you can take back into maybe a potential Grand Finals rematch.
Yes, potentially, but again,
ETSU
whoever drops this series has to go play ETSU.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you just saw that first series
feel great.
that you talked about us jumping out of our seats for. That was a tough game. So, again, a lot to be asked here of Indiana Tech in their first time really being together on land and really performing at this kind of level. And they're playing with house money.
Yeah.
We put them low, and they blew expectation out of the water, but they've got to be able to get back here in this game. 1-0 down, a little over 90 seconds, now 90 seconds gone here in regulation, and they're still playing a lot of defense.
2 members on this back wall. Just hopefully they do not overcommit. Yeah, like you said, Indiana Tech, one of 2 teams that really overperformed their seeding, the other being St. Edwards, as Reshiram with the full field carry. Did not have a teammate to help him out, but 2 members of Concord were there to meet him on the back wall. Louis has to be delicate here. He ends up getting a demo on CMOS. Not even sure he saw that one coming. Reshiram gets beat by Crispy, and so does Louis. Velocity has to make a stand, which he does. Louis is up. Louis shoots. Can Helix get up in time?
Boom!
He can! Off the crossbar twice, I believe. But regardless, the ball stays out, and it's still 1-0.
He looks like pancaked that ball right
Yeah,
away
that was cool.
That was incredibly cool. Here we go, though, on transition. CMOS trying to lead the attack here for Concord. Crispy's going to send this one all the way back. Louis parks it right in the mid there, looking for a pass, but instead, Reshi is looking to clear an open lane for the team. Errant touch here. Bluey sends it a little too high, so no shot on target for them. Indiana Tech, though, still in possession on this offensive side, and Velocity cannot find the net. Bluey throws a shot as well, and unfortunately they just cannot find the backside of the goal.
Just need to start peppering the net with shots. Eventually, you can pray, you can hope that Concord does break down in defense, but right now it doesn't look too likely. Velocity might have the best opportunity. That's a fantastic pass over to his buddy Bluey, and we are equal.
Much needed goal for Indiana Tech right now. Much needed goal. 1-1 tied, 2 minutes left on the clock, 2 minutes 10, sorry, some change here on the time. This is going to be important now. Indiana Tech has a chance to at least bounce back in the series, potentially. They've got to take the lead, one of the hardest things to do against a team like Concord.
They've had 2 of the better comebacks, like we've mentioned, so far this tournament. The odds only have to be above 1%. Like, as long as it's not 0, Indiana Tech can absolutely will their way back into the series. We've seen it time and time again.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes, I am telling you there's a chance. I'm also telling you that Crispy's on the ball and Velocity should be a little bit fearful, but he's poised. He makes a good play in defense, but CMOS over trying to deliver it to a free-jumping Crispy. It's broken up relatively simply by Reshiram, I believe. And now CMOS hunting Velocity on his own half. Velocity was looking for the cherry pick, but he instead lost his life for it. Crispy now back down to CMOS, who's had an incredible series. Reshiram now in a 1v1. He doesn't have a reset, tries to play the 50, can't get either. And Helix and CMOS attempt to break out of their own half.
That was a big cut from Reshi as well early in the half, or early in the backfield there on the offense, trying to keep it alive. The Warriors have done so. They at least still in offense. They do have a bit of possession built up. Velocity has a look, but not the best of touches. This one goes by the wayside. Reshi trying to keep it alive. Bluey gives his own life there to keep the ball at least at the mid. And they are trying to have a battle about the bout of wits, if you will, maybe a war of attrition, trying to see who actually takes possession in this final 40 seconds. It is so hard to really get a good look against the Concord defense.
Concord doesn't leave any holes. They're just sound. There's always one player back. They're never really in a numbers disadvantage. They just don't allow that to happen. Bluey is trying to hunt some demos, but still, Concord has 3 members behind the ball. They never really overextend, and I think that is kind of what Indiana Tech has been shaken by. They've lived off the counterattack and forcing other teams' mistakes, but you can't really force a team like Concord to make mistakes. As we look to head to overtime, there's still one more opportunity. CMOS has to play careful here as that third man, which he so does. Golden goal for Concord, but Indiana Tech need one to get right back in.
Get into the series, not right back in.
Sure.
They need 1 goal here. Bluey throws a flick, but it doesn't have enough sauce on it. 1 goal, though, on the golden goal side of Concord to win them
That's
this
an incredible
series.
demo.
Big demo as well from CMOS to interrupt the passing lane. Reshi stayed a little bit close in the conversation, but that clear is going to at least start the offense over here for Indiana Tech. Cut off pass. CMOS finds Crispy. Crispy leaves it for CMOS, but it's a great touch from Velocity to keep him alive. And this first 30 seconds is electric.
Yeah, their boost totals are dwindling down, but this is the best we've seen Indiana Tech play so far this series. But Crispy might just do them one better. CMOS can't force the 50 on the way through. Bluey trying to carry it out the clear, but Crispy and Helix both have 100 boost and a lot of space to work with. The backboard's free. Helix is there. He shoots. It's just off target. Pressure ram over to Velocity. Does he climb the net? They sure do. The counterattacks are back in full form from Indiana Tech.
Welcome to Sunday, Warriors. Game 1 win on the scoreboard. Indiana Tech do what may be the seemingly impossible, which is take a game off of Concord.
They did it.
They did.
Yeah, good for Indiana Tech, man. They got to do it again. They got to keep rolling. You can't
One
stop
might
here.
even say, Tech yeah.
Tech yeah, baby. Tech yeah, baby. Yeah. Tech yeah, baby. Yeah. Indiana Tech hurt us entirely too much. It was a great game. They played them close. They played them well. That overtime, you could tell they ramped up that pace. That's what I was talking about. The pace, you saw them. They were moving quicker. They were moving differently than they were the entirety of regulation.
They did, and I think that bodes well, at least for
Totally.
their own attitudes moving through the rest of this series. I do think that they will look better as time goes on. And I mean, over in the Concord camp, it means you just kind of got to talk about the game for a little bit more. Hey, like what did we really screw up on there? What did we do wrong in that game 4? It's okay, we made this, we did that. You know, TJ is giving them an earful, but it's nothing but hype and good vibes.
For sure.
Like, he's just trying to keep it up over there. He knows his players are in good spirits. That it's expected. They expected this to happen. They did think that Indiana Tech could take a game. They did. We're on to Aquadome, a Game 5 setting. This momentous win for the Warriors could be exactly what they need going into the rest of the series.
No timeout on the side of Concord, in case we do not remember. Concord.
They took the timeout.
They don't have one anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Indiana Tech has theirs available.
They sure do. Which I wonder if they're going to use it. They can't take it after a loss, because if they lose, they're done.
Correct.
The series is over. So I wonder maybe if you take another game, if you take that timeout, just to reset. Maybe your nerves are getting a little bit shaky, or if you just continue that momentum.
I mean, they could pull a similar thing, win a game, but if they don't feel good about the win, they take the timeout and show, hey guys, let's talk about that one for a second. Net a little open, Helix is approaching, and Helix had little to no boost and just had to get a successful challenge. Did exactly that, goal 1.
Yeah, it looks like Reshiram thought that either of his teammates would return back to the back post or would be able to get a relatively hard clear, neither of which happened. He stuck out of position, getting some boost, and of course, Concord strikes first.
That's a story as old as time, though, right?
Yes, it is.
Concord striking first. Of course, we kind of expect that here, but nevertheless, Indiana Tech in the orange half right now, they could have an opportunity to get a goal early on for themselves. Bluey, light touch, pass back. CMOS is there. Velocity almost there in the nick of time to get a goal, but a half second behind. Reshi to the mid. Bluey is late to the jump, so it's an easy clear here for Concord, but it's back to the mid. Battle of the minds. 1, 2, 3. Bluey can't find it off the back wall, but that looked great.
Yeah, the communication, the chemistry is certainly there. They have not missed a beat on that aspect, as Velocity going to have to try and play this low 50 over to his buddy Reshiram, which ends up working to fruition, but he has no boost to work with. Just has to hunt some bumps, maybe pop it center, neither of which are really fruitful for him.
Oh, misflip by Bluey in the corner, but they keep the offense alive here for Indiana Tech. They want that goal back egregiously with the way they're throwing these attacks at the net, and unfortunately, they're knocking at the door only to be ignored by Concord.
Indiana Tech still on their back foot. We've seen them play defense for most of this series. Game 4 overtime was probably the most offense they played in a 1-minute span. We need to see that come back again. Concord getting a freebie relatively fast. There's no answer immediately, but as Crispy pops it up, Russia Ram dangling for his life. Bluey with the whip, and he just sits there, head in hands. It's 2 again for Concord.
That was a tough jump from Bluey. I don't think they obviously expected to whip that one. Maybe they didn't realize the pace of the ball or the positioning it was bouncing in. 2-0. 3 minutes though. 3 minutes to play with here in game number 5. Indiana Tech in a position where they again could come back, but they've got to start with an electric goal number 1 for their side. And that is not how you're gonna do it when you're letting Crispy ceiling double on your head.
There's no electric goal for Indiana Tech, but it comes from the form of Crispy. Look at the drop down, floating from the heavens. He snipes it directly on top of Indiana Tech's head. It's their bread and butter. They're in flow state right now. They can't be stopped, it seems.
No, they're far from being stopped. I think Concord is still waiting on who's going to meet them because they're staring at grand finals.
Oh, absolutely,
right now.
yeah.
They have nothing other in sight. They have tunnel vision on the fact that they want to be first place here at Scenic City. That's mid-50 from Crisp to keep the ball at least away from the net. Helix trying to approach. Crisp has just decided he's going to play front, middle, and back all over the pitch. He's having a heck of a game.
Absolutely. I talked to TJ Thursday night before the event. It was win or bust for them. Obviously, I feel like every competition is for that Concord roster. The expectations so high. A good opportunity there for Indiana Tech. CMOS with a misflip. Crispy has to boom it off his backboard to clear some space and get some time for Helix to boom it all the way out. He can't find the skimmer's second touch as Bluey being harassed by Crispy. He was getting rushed. CMOS now also getting harassed by Reshiram, pardon me. He spikes the ball down. Velocity has to get up. He can. But Helix with a free shot ends up just going high and wide.
Reshiram on the clear, trying to get the offense started at least somewhat. Unfortunately, gives it right over to CMOS, who turns it up to the sky. Almost gets a good little double for themselves set up, but that one gets bumped off. Helix trying to keep it alive. Crispy as well, throwing one here towards the net. They don't get much out of that corner, so reset and regain from the backfield is what Concord decides to do. Errant touch for Helix, but it actually works for the better. No one approaching on the side of Indiana Tech to threaten that goal line. They're still here in the orange, though, threatening offense.
Time ticking down. Their final lifeline is the 70 seconds left on the clock, but they still got to find 3. Bluey on a back pass to Reshi. It's not going to work out in their favor as Crispy read it the whole way. Bluey now looking for velocity, but he gets beat as well. Helix is up in a 1v1 versus Reshiram, which he cannot win. Reshiram keeps them alive. It's a 1v1. Velocity tried to find Bluey, but he was trailing a little bit too far behind. Crispy gets the boom clear. Reshiram 1v1. Numbers coming in from both squads, but so is the physicality from Concord, trying to remove any idea of a counterattack in IT's head. And with 38 seconds to go, this one might all be done and dusted.
I hate to agree, but yes, you have 10 seconds to score a goal, and that was an excellent play from Crispy to go up by 4. Yes, my friend, unfortunately, that is most likely all she wrote.
It does seem so. It will be Indiana Tech going up against ETSU in the lower bracket finals in just about 10 to 15 minutes. But as for Concord, we saw it coming, in all honesty. Everyone preceded them number 1. There really wasn't a discussion about it either. The only one remotely close to them was that Cumberland roster that fell apart in the 5th, 6th place round. But Bluey getting a little bit of fun. It's a nice little 1-2 between Velocity and him. And 17 seconds. Kickoff goal.
It could happen. But I don't think the get back is what's going to be happening, but that is a moving forward goal.
Yeah, totally.
That is something you take with you, you put it in your pocket, and you remember it for the next series. Unfortunately, we are 10 seconds away. It's now counting down on the screen. 4-1 the scoreline. Indiana Tech, you put up a heck of a fight.
Absolutely.
But it seems even-numbered games are not your friends. These are tough to kind of have to deal with, but at the end of the day, you guys put up a great performance against Concord. You put a chip in the armor. You were able to do what you could, and that's what you do. That's what we like to see.
Reshiram and Bluey.
Sportsmanship on the side of Concord, giving them a chance
to
get that momentum for themselves as they go into the next series. But guys, that will be it. Clearly, it is a 4-1 scoreline. Concord move into the grand finals.
CMOS is the only victor. Look at that. That's fantastic. Be sure to stick around. In just about a minute, we will grab one of the winning Concord boys for a fun little interview. Then we'll head straight on to the lower bracket finals.
All right, guys, welcome back. Here we are with CMOS, one of the most popular members, I think, on the Concord squad. We talk about this guy a lot. I mean, honestly, look at him. He's all giggles. He's all smiles. He's a great person to be around, great personality for the team. You said something right before we got in the interview, man. You said you're not very happy about dropping that game. Talk about it.
Yeah, I saw the game. Obviously, now we're what, 22-2 or something like that.
Oh, no. You have one of the best records in CRL. Oh, no.
Yeah, disappointment, man. But sometimes you gotta close the door to open the window, man. That's all I can say.
I like that mentality. Okay, moving forward, you guys are waiting for this next match. You got ETSU, Indy Tech. You guys kind of expected Indy Tech to maybe play dark horse in the tournament, and I mean they at least got into the top 3. You think that you're going to see them again, or you think it's the Buccaneers coming at you?
I mean, if they just play normal, they'll just win. But I mean, grand finals, we know who's winning, bro. We just know.
You guys hear this? This guy's not even worried about who's coming to fight for a chance at Grands. CMOS believes Concord is, I mean, just all but done and wrap this tournament up. So one last thing I gotta ask, dude. One last thing. If you had to choose an MVP for your team so far this entire tournament, who would it be?
DJ TJ.
Hey, of course it's TJ. All right, man. Hey, thank you for popping in for this one. Maybe potentially one more time later, but guys, we're gonna get right back to the tournament. Like I said, it's been CMOS with Concord, first team in the grand finals. Keep it locked. We got lower finals coming at you.
Told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't. Told me don't. She said we soon made three. Doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. She told me don't worry. We've been out before. The alpha of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't. Told me don't.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me
My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. Walking on them.
One moment to escape. You walking on them.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the Scenic City Invitational. Alongside me is Mr. Bepic. We are in the lower finals with two teams who One I think we expected to kind of go this far, rankings-wise, at least be on the Sunday. But the other one, very surprising.
I mean, the pre-seeding factored in a lot of results maybe a month ago, and the fact that we didn't know much about how ETSU and Indiana Tech would look going into the fall semester. But as we approach LAN, I think the hype around these two squads grew and grew, and they have only met expectations once they actually got to Chattanooga. And so for two rosters that are regionally quite different, Indiana Tech being up in Indiana, East Tennessee State here in Tennessee, they took a very similar approach to building their Rocket League A teams this semester, both going after two European standout players to bring to the States and play around their star mechanical player. So this is kind of a mirror matchup, I think, on paper, and it's fitting that the winner of this best of 7 gets to meet Concord in the grand finals.
Well, we might as well just go ahead and throw the third team in there who kind of followed suit with that same 2 European, 1 American mix-up matchup, if you will, to build their A team. It is Concord as well. All 3 of the top teams here, at least 1 national American representing each squad. However, I do think that I've been incredibly impressed. Like you said, a month ago, we didn't really have the results we needed for either of these teams. I think Indiana Tech, for me personally, has exceeded expectation. I feel like ETSU has slightly climbed higher, but we're going to decide who can get even taller when it comes to the rankings, what number gets even better. It's 5 minutes on the clock, Bepic. Let's get it.
We shall get it now as Indiana Tech start us off in the front end with a goal 10 seconds in. Chaos out in front of the orange net as Reshi and Bluey score.
And that's what they needed this last series. They needed some early offense, I think, and I'm glad they found it here right now against the Buccaneers. But the Warriors are trying their hardest to prove that they have another shot at Concord. They want to take down the Titans.
Such a difference getting into your second series against a team that isn't named Concord, though ETSU, a threat in their own right. Leo has an answer not 8 seconds later.
This series is going to go tit for tat, isn't it, man? I think this is going to go back and forth a lot. These high-powered offenses on both sides, once they have space, once they have time, once they can beat their opponent at any little instance or any little interaction, they will strike immediately.
I did ask Landon if he was going to go to Game 7 overtime again with this series, and he said an emphatic no, that his heart couldn't take it. He may not have a choice as Indiana Tech fight back after conceding their first of this best of 7. They fight back hard. Out in front, Reshi will play into the corner, take a little bit of space in the air, and has Bluey to pass to, but Kasai won't let the connection happen this time around.
They're going to play for the corner here. Kasai looking at least to potentially start the offense from the right side there. Unfortunately couldn't. Bluey and Velocity working together to try to keep the Warriors alive in the orange, but a quick turnaround. Landon potentially finding a pass. That one goes by the wayside. Both teams trading possession in a ping-pong-esque battle. Bluey looking for the second, but Indiana Tech, they won't find it, but they still look great in the orange.
And I did preface this series by talking about the similarities of how these two teams are made up, but on the pitch, I think their play styles are pretty different. ETSU are playing quite individually at times, but with each other in mind. They're always looking to set up the next man, but they don't nearly pass infield as much as Indiana Tech does. They are always looking for that infield pass. So if ETSU can clog those passing lanes against Indiana Tech, the Warriors adjusting could grant the Buccaneers an opening.
And that's exactly what they're looking for here as the ball is in the offensive half for the Buccaneers. However, it gets turned around quickly. Indiana Tech trying to find a chance to break away. They do feel a bit pressured here by East Tennessee, but they don't actually need to worry about it. Nothing threatening towards their net. Neither team really in the past 2 minutes have had quite a threatening shot since we opened up this game 1.
No, but there's one. Got through 2 defenders. Kasai penetrated the back line of Indiana Tech, but Velocity finds a big save, and now upfield applying pressure the other way. It's continued coast-to-coast action between Indiana Tech and East Tennessee State. Together on LAN, regionally separate. They brought their talents to the Chattanooga stage this weekend and continue to look like very even matchups.
That's exactly the best way to describe it. This matchup is entirely even. So far, we might need to see a breakaway opportunity here to kind of bust up the monotony, if you will. We haven't seen much but the 2 threatening shots that went back and forth, and I simply cannot ask for something better. ETSU up by 1.
Well, Reshi here tried to cut and play off that Bluey 50-50, but ETSU, upon beating Reshiram there at the midfield line, pounce on a 2v1, take out the last man of Indiana Tech, and that is great heads up Rocket League. I say they individually play for one another, which kind of sounds like an oxymoron, but that's what I mean. Up front, different portions of the field, making the same play happen. One guy on the ball, only one guy needed to score, but the other up ahead clearing the lane.
Velocity a chance here, looking for that redirect shot, couldn't find it over his head. It's a big demo for Bluey, the leading Landon who could have been the lead block on that play. And it's Reshi trying to at least open some offense on the turnaround. Unfortunately gets denied there, not a weak enough pass, not good enough to get Velocity activated on the play, but they go ahead and collect. Unfortunately, couldn't turn that one in. Kasai, a great save.
So good. He was being harassed by Bluey on his goal line as well, and now Kasai, upon being sprung free from defense, will look upfield to make the next opportunity for ETSU happen, though it is a longer play for the Buccaneers just to break into offense, let alone put a shot on target, though they don't need it. 70 seconds left on the clock. It is Indiana Tech that are down at the moment, and they will stay down a little while longer as Velocity had to turn backwards to collect possession, and the Warriors operate on their own goal line as here come ETSU. Leo off the backboard will play it up for Kasai, and the shot will be blocked.
Good saves right there for the Warriors at their goal line, but they've got to put the ball somewhere in the orange and in a threatening position if they want to come back. Leo early on to test Velocity. Leo cast is easy on defense. Kasai, not enough boost to affect the play there, but it doesn't matter. The Buccaneers still in a great position to try to challenge the defense. It's still going side to side, coast to coast. That doesn't look good for the Warriors, but Kasai off the crossbar. Great demo. No player in tow, unfortunately. That one by the wayside.
Landon retreats now. Indiana Tech didn't have much boost as the player with boost on the goal line was demoed, but Landon playing all the way in his defensive third to reset the ball by moving up slowly and then fighting over possession again with a couple of challenges. Bluey leaves that ball alone, knowing he had Velocity on the near side post. And as the crowd counts down, Indiana Tech feel the pressure to score here in game 1, but they cannot get through that ETSU back line. It's been near impenetrable this weekend, and game 1 is no different.
I love Bruton Parker. I love those guys so much. Thank y'all for that. That was fun. Makes land feel complete, you know what I'm saying? So ETSU, game 1 win. Buccaneers start the series at least in a good position for themselves. I think, again, Indiana Tech suffering from the same thing they suffered from last series. They start to feel deflated at moments when they feel like the things that they're putting into fruition don't work.
I have not seen them being real deflated up on stage. They did get shut down by Concord, though, but seem in good spirits for this series against ETSU. They'll will need to develop their offense, I think, a little bit. The passing game is being shut down by the Buccaneers, who have continued a stellar defensive performance after how they looked against Kennesaw State. Their backline play was the big reason why they are able to survive against the Owls in Game 7 overtime. And moving into this game, Indiana Tech, they struck first off the opening kickoff, and then nothing after that.
And it stings to see because obviously a team like Indiana Tech has plenty of offensive firepower. I think Bluey really has stepped into his own this entire weekend. I know he's been previously with the team. He's a great player when it comes to Rocket League as a whole, but with Velocity and Reshi creating opportunities, there's still just so much more that can be seen from the Warriors. ETSU, though, I do feel like they're playing up to snuff, but they maybe have a notch that they could go up to even more.
I would like to see more space created by the individuals, but man, I still don't have a solution for breaking through the East Tennessee State back line, one of the best defenses of the tournament, and it would be a treat to see them go head-to-head with Concord in the grand finals, but they have to do a lot more work to get there. 3 more game wins for the Buccaneers and they'll advance, but Indiana Tech have early pressure now on Forbidden Temple. ETSU still aren't showing many cracks in the armor, though Bluey can create one. Double commit won't set up a rebound opportunity, and Leo has found at half clear. Bluey stops his exit and redirects off the sidewall, just shy of being on target.
2 times on the same post denied Bluey those shots. And obviously Indiana Tech is going to want those back, but an errant clear only grants possession over to the Buccaneers. They're going to have time on the ball to set up their offense. Kasai gets a great touch there. Leo could not win the foot race against Reshi. That was an open net opportunity missed.
Landon firing away. Velocity is back with plenty of boost in hand and will find that save into a pass over to Bluey. He extends downfield but runs out of boost on the goal line, so no bump on Landon. And the Buccaneers have survived yet another defensive test. Kasai, thanks to a pass from Leo, actually sees Indiana Tech jumping around, and at the end of the play, Kasai was allowed to get back into it, though the Warriors did recover and will keep us scoreless.
That was nervy from Bluey, that the clear was much needed. On the side of Indiana Tech, Kasai gets the extra touch off that off that sidewall that they need to seal the deal on the goal. Unfortunate own goal on the side of the Warriors, but great for the Buccaneers, 1-0.
Statistically, Landon was quite weak in game 1, 78 points after all was said and done, but right there, making his presence known off the sidewall as he set up Kasai thanks to a good 50-50 taken to finish that play off out in front of the Indiana Tech net. So Landon has joined us on Forbidden Temple and joined Leo in jumping for that ball, though Velocity, the sidewall has no one around him. Time to make a decision. He'll pass center to Bluey, but Kasai's there to intervene.
Possession from Kasai here, has 2 to beat on the net, almost does. Great save from Velocity. Trying to move the ball towards the mid. Landon, a beat over top, but no boost to continue the play. The Warriors, they're stuck right now in their own half on their final line. Leo looking to strike hard and does so well. Top corner for 2.
2-0 as ETSU begin to run away with things. Another great passing play. This time it's Kasai doing the setting up, and Indiana Tech are forced to play off their back line unsuccessfully. Did not have the read, and it seems like East Tennessee State are really finding their stage legs again.
Yeah, they absolutely are. The Buccaneers looking great in this series so far. 2-0 as we close in on halftime, but still so much time left for Indiana Tech to really bounce back in this series. We just need to see some type of electricity, some type of fervor come out from their offense. We haven't seen much. They've seemed very weak when they approach the orange half, but they have shown moments where they can connect. Bluey, unfortunately, missing those 2 shots off that sidewall.
The boost securing by Velocity. Now he can move upfield with his teammates. Reshi off the backboard, might not need him. Leo's seen that a time or two, however. Finds the stop, and it's all the way back for Indiana Tech. Bluey off the other side wall will give Reshiram another opportunity in the air, but this time again, Leo finds the stop. Kasai follows up, and East Tennessee State don't allow that midfield line to move up with any kind of ease for Indiana Tech.
Pass over, Reshi looking for an opportunity, shut down immediately. Leo to continue. Kasai trying to body block right there in the penalty box. Doesn't do well enough. They at least get it clear. Reshi up high, has the angle. One more off the back wall, but it's not enough to beat Kasai. Still scoreless. Indiana Tech remain as they trade possession over, giving the Buccaneers an opportunity for a counter.
I'm still waiting for that Reshi pop-off moment. He seems good for at least one in every series Indiana Tech plays, but ETSU have held him in check thus far and have given their stars the opportunities to pop off. Kasai will take that 100 in his own defensive corner and now start a 1v3. He's bested 2, but does require help to get through the third. Bluey is successful as that final defender for Indiana Tech, and it's more possession for the Warriors as they look to set up one of 2 goals necessary to extend game 2.
Ball continues, though, to float back mid. Indiana have not been able to extend their time in the orange half on offense. They continue to get shut down by an aggressive challenge from the East Tennessee Buccaneers. They have been able to jump on these opportunities quickly, and it's a solo effort that I think is really going to show us that Indiana Tech has what it takes. However, they've got to get their hands on the ball soon. With 30 seconds and counting here on the clock, it's going to be do or die once they score this goal, and unfortunately, that one goes by the wayside.
Right now, it's looking like die. Reshi killing Kasai, but ETSU still hold a lead. A multi-goal lead in the final 15 seconds, but this is a big opening. What can Reshiram do out of the corner? He plugs it center, and Leo finds an near side stop that should secure game 2 in favor of East Tennessee State. Last gasp now for Indiana Tech, and they're just playing defense. The Buccaneers put 2 in a row together.
Shout out East Tennessee, man. They have put 2 up quickly here in this lower final. We may wait to see a potential timeout from Indiana Tech. They might want to take an extra couple minutes here, or a couple seconds at most, to kind of talk over this game. And there it is. Bluey says, hey, we need a moment.
I was surprised against Concord that Indiana Tech didn't take their timeout after dropping that second game, because while they started off well, once Concord got settled in on stage, they really started to dominate. And then, well, Concord, we saw the trolling they did after game 3, and then I ended up losing that game 3 after calling a timeout. But Indiana Tech learning from that past experience on stage in a best-of-7 format, taking a timeout after game 2, which makes sense. They need some new ideas offensively.
And the ideas, I think you've mentioned plenty of times, Restaurant being good for, one pop-off a series we might want to see very soon. I feel like Velocity feels a little bit stifled on offense, hasn't had the best opportunities to shoot, and if Bluey puts one of those 2 shots that went wide of the post on the left side, that's a completely different ballgame.
There have been close opportunities for Indiana Tech. They had 9 shots in game 1, though were held to just 4 on Forbidden Temple right there. But a little bit higher percentage of execution for the Warriors could get them back into this series, though they still need to also find an answer to the ETSU offense that isn't scoring in massive bunches, but 2 goals a game so far. And if you can find a way to at least slow down East Tennessee State's offense like Kennesaw State did in that last series, you give yourself a chance.
Maybe those are the notes that you actually need, Bepic. Maybe this time you can, depending on how this series goes, you get a chance to kind of look back here at what East Tennessee did against Kennesaw, the difference in being able to stop a high-powered, high-pressuring offense. Right now, that's what they need. That's what they need. They need to find that within themselves on the side of the Warriors, and they can. They've had the opportunities to find it, but it's still solo play after solo play instead of those upfield instances that you talked about at the start of the series.
Well, that's why you've got one experienced player behind you. You got Coach Jake behind you as well. And I'm wondering if Chippy's imparted much knowledge into his boys, or if they are left mostly to their own devices to sort out this trick in front of them. Kasai has just 1v3'd Indiana Tech off kickoff.
And that seems to be the MVP that we talk about for the Buccaneers, in my opinion, kind of putting on show.
Good.
He's so good, like you said, yes. Kasai, able to slice and dice through the defense to seal the deal and sign off on the first goal of game 3. Now, Kasai to kind of kick us off here off the second kickoff early on in this game. They need to probably build on that momentum, but I feel that Indiana Tech is just continuing to beat their head against the wall, trying to figure out a way past this defense.
A lot of infield passes still, and that has not worked out much for the Warriors here. But man, calling a timeout after dropping the first 2 games just to have Kasai clip on you coming out of that timeout that's rough. And they will have to recover in game 3, because we all know how difficult a best-of-7 reverse sweep is, especially in an uncomfortable environment on land, though it felt like this was a home away from home for Indiana Tech yesterday, and today they can't find that form.
Maybe time has something to do with it. Maybe the early games really kind of are getting to them. However, it's show up and show out when it comes to these tournaments, when it comes to these LAN opportunities. You want to be able to prove your best at all times. And right now, I do think that we're still begging the question, have we really seen Indiana Tech's best? You did say home away from home, the way they played yesterday, and I kind of have to pair at that point. But right now, we are not seeing that same team whatsoever.
Not quite. I asked for a higher percentage on the execution offensively, and Bluey misses. It's a good shot from Reshi, and it does go over the head of Kasai, trying to track back for a save, but for the first time in maybe this entire series, it felt like ETSU finally pushed up too far.
Well, we've seen that happen multiple times with multiple different teams today already. Lots of teams pushing up in the half, trying to pressure their defense just to get countered well over the top of their heads. Tied at 1, 90 seconds of regulation gone by here in game 3. And that's the first time that I think we've seen Indiana Tech really kind of put the pedal to the metal here on the offense, passing from Reshi to Velocity for 2.
And it's a passing play not built off of just a 50-51, but Reshiram baiting 2 defenders out because of his individual threatening ability on the ball. That is when you want to implement a pass. That's when it'll work against ETSU. Indiana Tech have answers so far, but 3.5 minutes to keep this lead.
Might be Oh my gosh, I thought that was the third goal there, but it's high off the crossbar. But this is what you want to see. You want to be able to call a timeout and take the lead against a team that's already beat you 2-0. They're putting a lot of pressure here in the corner. No pass men, no available player. Bluey tries to shut that one down and has enough boost to recover and get the goal, 3-1.
Look at this half flip here, out of the bump into Kasai, and he hits the brakes instantly. Kind of power slides a little bit, but turns around on a dime. And Bluey, if he can get going in this series, Indiana Tech can find a way back, because that's been the piece it's felt like Indiana Tech have been missing, as Velocity's been good defensively and at creating space at the midfield line. Reshiram is an on-ball threat, but ETSU have nullified Indiana Tech at multiple points when it felt like the Warriors were starting to get going, and here it feels no different.
We caught it right there at the beginning of that replay. Bluey double committing in the mid, I think absolutely threw that defensive rotation. And then of course it's an eager, opportune moment to try to get the offense continuing to go on the pace you have been, but you can't give up those opportunities. We have a chance here for the Buccaneers. Leo did turn away, Kasai on the approach, but maybe pulled too far forward. Good save, good deflect, sees the Warriors back into their half. The Buccaneers approaching with a little bit of offense.
When I first power ranked ETSU at the start of this season, I put them a little bit low in the low 20s, and they quickly surpassed that. But I was told early on by players that had scrimmed them already that this team is like Thanos, and I didn't understand what that meant immediately, but watching them this land, it makes a lot of sense. It feels like they'll play defense, back off, bide their time, and then with a snap of their fingers, they've evaporated your defense. And have 2 minutes to do that one more time to tie us up here in Game 3. Always lurking around are these Buccaneers.
And exactly what they're doing here in the blue half. Bluey, no boost to his name, gives it over to Kasai. Kasai beats one, almost beats Reshi. Landon to put it up high, just out of reach. And we have tied us up here in Game 3.
Oh snap, 3-3. ETSU have clawed their way back in a game that felt like it was all Indiana Tech's. And they've done it off the back of simple offense, using accuracy to break through a couple of Indiana Tech defenders. It's not like there are massive mistakes being made by the Warriors, but they are getting picked apart by ETSU as that trend continues in Game 3, and they need to stop now.
They do need to stem the bleeding. The wound is still open, but right now slowly being stitched together. That was almost dangerous. Good save from Velocity on the challenge, but now they leave themselves open to the approach of the Buccaneers if they are able to secure some type of possession. Landon here from the sidewall, maybe something for a teammate, but gives it up. A chance for the Warriors now to march back. Hopefully they can attack and score one more.
Velocity has Landon to beat and will succeed in that task, but Kasai fakes a challenge and takes the ball away. He's hit a sidewall redirect already this land. That one misses, and now it's just Landon alone for ETSU. He has to buy some time for his teammates and is successful as Kasai re-enters the battle and off his goal line finds a stop and an outlet pass is intercepted by Bluey.
Good challenge from Kasai as well here. Velocity alone in the back line. Big save for the Warriors. Still tied up, less than a minute here. We're trying to figure out, maybe let's see if the Buccaneers have it in them. A touch from Leo might be granted that grace, but the Warriors lock down the defensive line. Reshi needs to push out with some type of fervor. They need to kickstart a late game offense here to maybe take the lead, but it's still tough.
As much Rocket League as we've seen this weekend, it's hard to say that a team's entire tournament could come down to their performance in a 30-second stretch. But for Indiana Tech, that feels like the case. Outside, Velocity was looking for Bluey, and his passes connect. The ETSU are quick to pounce on that offensive misexecution. An ambitious pass was taken by Leo, given to Kasai, and ETSU could have found their third game win.
10 seconds on the clock for this Indiana Tech roster to get something back. We could see it happen. They have to be quick, but with Kasai on it early, still here, 5 seconds to go. Little bit of boost, puts it high. Reshi runs into Bluey. They're flopping all over the place and just couldn't get it off the ground. 3-0 to East Tennessee, the Buccaneers looking at grand finals.
And if ETSU aren't going to lose a game in which they were down 3-1, then I'm not sure they're going to lose this series. I think Landon, in his denial of a Game 7 overtime reappearance, has imparted that sort of sentiment upon the rest of his team, as Landon and Leo and Kasai are performing at a level that will get us out of here in 4 if Indiana Tech don't step up.
Again, just going to second that point of everybody here. Kasai has been lights out for the Buccaneers, almost dropping over 700, close to 1,000 in this game number 3. The 4-3 scoreline, much needed for ETSU to visit Concord in the Grands. It's going to be tough though. Concord will begin Grands with a game win, so it's obviously going to be even harder for whoever wins this series to take down those guys up top.
It is a matchup I'm eager to see, with the defense of ETSU going up against the offensive powerhouse that is Concord University. But this series isn't over just yet. Indiana Tech are still on stage, and they will only be forcefully removed if they drop one more game. They can't extend their LAN lives. Their tournament run rests squarely on their own shoulders. They must step up or go home now on Utopia Coliseum.
Final game potentially here for the Warriors, but hey, what a moniker to go by. Warriors who are known for their grit, their facing of adversity, their determination, their perseverance to face any challenge. That's exactly what we have seen from Indiana Tech. They have consistently put up a fight no matter where they look at or how they look on the pitch.
They didn't give up when they went down big to Concord just an hour ago, and have not given up now. It is near 100% field domination in the first 40 seconds of play for Indiana Tech, as they have not left that offensive half until now. A kickoff will send them back to their half, and that was the only way they could exit.
They have to do their best here, though. They start off early in game number 4. I do believe they scored first in game number 3 as well, correct? So if they've done that in back-to-back games, you have to continue leading with that through the entire 5 minutes if you want to win.
Kasai's been bumped, so Landon has to play offense by himself, though Kasai sticks around. He's trying to play annoying Rocket League, allowing Indiana Tech an easy escape from defense, a bit of revenge for that opening sequence we just witnessed here in Game 4. Bluey has nothing in the tank. Landon challenges, pries the ball loose, passes back-ish, not very far, but Leo with his pace was allowed to fake that velocity, did not bite on. That's good defense, and he'll turn it to a second for the Warriors, though we'll keep going back and forth with no further goals.
ETSU looking to strike now. Almost 90 seconds here elapsed in game number 4. They are in the receiving end of the loss currently, but I don't think that's going to last for very long. Landon and Leo, the 2 L's, dishing out one for their first goal.
No L's here for ETSU. That's Andon and Ao off the backboard. They beat everybody, looking to make a stop and keep that Indiana Tech lead intact. And that's the sort of clinicality that the Buccaneers have brought into this weekend. They've only lost to Concord and Cumberland, and that Cumberland loss was the first of the LAN, so I think we can forgive them at this point now. I'm sure the Buccaneers want some revenge in the grand finals, and if they keep up at this pace, they might just get it.
I am nothing short of impressed with Kasai's run this entire time. Player coming from Lawrence Tech over to ETSU to join a fellow Frenchman in Faris, otherwise known as Leo, who came from Fisher, and Landon, who is an absolute wonderful piece to add or complete that entire puzzle here for ETSU squad. The Buccaneers have continuously proven that they deserve to be up at the top. They deserve a high ranking, and like you said, you had them low, and they've blown that out of the water.
I mean, Kasai carried that Lawrence Tech team to heights they would not have otherwise realized last season. And now that he has a full team around him, his full star potential has been unlocked. And Landon on the ball has been a potential star in the making for a while. Hasn't exactly had an explosive series in this set compared to how he performed against Bruton Parker, but still has been instrumental for the Buccaneers as they keep the press up.
The corner, Rushy trying to help Velocity get the ball out of the blue half, but Leo is going to absolutely stop any idea of that as they want to continue to put pressure on the Warriors. Big beat from Rushy alleviates that. It gets a chance for the Warriors to take a simple moment to breathe, reset, and regain, maybe recalibrate the offense, but You got a team like ETSU who's not going to give you afford you any of those moments here when you need to be on your game 100% of the time.
The passes are not clean at all from the Indiana Tech players at the moment. A lot of just slightly behind you balls, or maybe a little bit off with the shot that develops. It's just felt off in general for the Warriors here. And still down a single goal. This is a possible situation for Indiana Tech, but they have to up the clinicality a bit. They have to be more accurate. They got to give Reshi the ball, and even that isn't enough as ETSU swarm in their defensive box.
Bluey a chance, though, to start the offense with a little bit of space, but Leo is up incredibly early, forcing that ball into an awkward position. Reshi, good challenge as well. Velocity looking low, but Leo crosses the pitch to help out the defense. The Buccaneers trying to approach. They're doing it awkwardly, but Kasai can put it under the crossbar. Leo almost helped.
He went for it, but doesn't end up making the read, so it stays a one-goal game. Indiana Tech have managed to keep this game manageable, but it doesn't feel like they are any closer to scoring an equalizer than they were a couple of minutes ago. Velocity will try his best to create something for his team. Mushroom follows up, but Kasai should be able to clear this through Bluey, and will do so with Landon to his left.
Taking over possession now. That bump was important for Velocity. Landon was going to try to make some type of opening for the Buccaneers. Leo, again, trying to beat Velocity, needs some help from Kasai. Kasai, a great possessive touch, but a better challenge from Reshi, sees it into the corner of the orange. These guys get a chance again on the offensive front. Bluey does get a dunk, but it's not towards the net. They still need something more if they want to crack through this ETSU defense.
No cracks in the armor on that Buccaneers back line. Leo will pop that ball up. Reshi is ready for it, though, and has boost to make a play. The resources run dry. He has to rely on Velocity and Bluey now to create something, anything for Indiana Tech. Out to Reshi from Velocity. He'll pop this for Bluey. No, he keeps it himself. Flicks on target and scores! Indiana Tech aren't dead yet.
A singular second, Bepic. Most likely we see overtime unless we see something absolutely crazy on the kickoff, but a singular second to decide whether or not Indiana Tech remains in this series. The scoreline is 3-0. ETSU not going to be a fan if they drop this one. They want that grand final chance.
Exactly what Indiana Tech needed to keep this series going. And off kickoff, it's Reshiram, the guy you want on the ball for IIT. He's denied entry into that orange net by Landon. And at the midfield line, Bluey looks to salvage possession. He dumps the ball off to Velocity, but that pot shot is not going to work against Kasai. Indiana Tech may have forced overtime, but ETSU aren't phased. They set up their offense now for success.
Off the corner here is Kasai, off the ceiling potentially, but it's a great challenge going nowhere, but it does cost the entirety boost tanks of Velocity and Bluey. Now everybody throwing their body at the car on the Warriors side. One touch could be something here. Kasai does get a fake, but not the second. Off the back wall, Velocity finds Bluey. Bluey a chance to beat Landon in the back. That's a great challenge, and they still go scoreless.
Landon up ahead looking to wreak some havoc, trying to take advantage of a team bump. Won't be successful. Reshiram shut down, but Bluey's allowed a shot on target, and Indiana Tech make the most of their new lease on life.
A chance in overtime, almost a minute extra on the clock is all Bluey desired here in this lower finals match. They do get a chance to see, yet again, that dastardly game number 5.
It's where they fell against Concord earlier, but I'm hoping that sort of comeback out of the Warriors is enough to spark something further than just a single game win, as Bluey has started to find himself a bit late in this series. And I mean, at this point on land with your back against the wall, it's better late than never.
Exactly. You always want to show up when you absolutely need to, and right now this is exactly when Indiana Tech needs Bluey to be here. Happy to see you finally, buddy. You're at the top of the lobby this time, but you're going to have to continue that level of play through the rest of the series. You have continued to see through 4 games now the defense you have to beat. It's been nothing but the hardest challenge potentially you're going to have this whole tournament.
And credit to Reshiram for being a great tip of the spear for Indiana Tech as well, as we've been waiting for his big pop-off play, and it hasn't quite happened yet, but I'm starting to think that ETSU might be the sort of defense that you don't get a 1v3 or a 1v2 against, even if you're at Reshi's caliber, as they have done well to create a massive advantage in this series off the back of great defensive play and then star-studded offense. But Indiana Tech have shown their first signs of life in this best of 7. We'll see how ETSU respond.
Something tells me that ETSU, if they end up maybe dropping this game, I'm not going to call it a comeback just yet. 1 game to the side of Indiana Tech means they remain in this series. You get 2 games, we might have to start a dialogue. I don't think we're going to talk about anything else other than that, because right now, 5 minutes is going to decide whether or not Indiana Tech is still here.
Well, Burton Parker against this same ETSU roster was able to force a Game 5 overtime after falling down 2-0 in a best of 5. And while these best of 7s are completely different stories, it has to be the same sort of mindset for both teams, honestly. Indiana Tech to find their way back, and ETSU to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself. Otherwise, Landon's heart will be taking a hit.
Ain't that the truth? Landon is not going to enjoy that one. However, the offense here to start us off has kind of been lackluster, a little bit velocity, trying to throw a block in front of Kasai. Landon to the save. The man just spoken about on the broadcast. Big clear. Kasai is trying to clear the back line. A little late to the punch, but nevertheless, good chance to reset here for ETSU.
Blue's got space and lets it pop the ball up. That allows Kasai time to react. Take a 50-50 out to the side. He had teammates to pass to, but neither one reacted in time to make a play on the ball and force Indiana Tech out of offense rather. Now Landon with no boost is probably going to be pretty unsuccessful getting through Reshi, but Leo may not be. He actually is, as Velocity's given a chance to shoot, though Kasai is ever ready on the goal line.
Louis approaching from the corner, a chance for the Warriors to maybe start off this Game 5 in their favor, but big save from Kasai on the back line. Leo on the clear. At least alleviates some opportunities for Indiana Tech to strike again. The offense has to be regained. Bluey bumped off the play on the pass there down below. Great sight from the Buccaneers. Landon to continue the play. Finds the close post corner down there for 1.
And that is more like Landon in a 1v1 situation. He bests Reshiram, was set up for success by Kasai, given the ball with momentum, as that's the ETSU comms delivering them a goal. Landon calls he has a better angle to net than a Kasai sidewall redirect, which, while possible, was being read defensively by Reshiram. Instead, though, Reshi has to react as Landon takes the play over and scores the opener for the Buccaneers. So Indiana Tech once again find themselves down while ETSU seemingly have recovered.
And that was a good test right there from Reshi early on the offense. They almost found one. Velocity needs to clear down the pitch. It's on target, off the post, and out denied by the woodwork, and they're going to want that one back. Almost get it. Leo jumping to defend.
That's a must hit. We talk about requiring perfection out of Indiana Tech if they are going to complete a best of 7 reverse sweep, and that is not even close to perfection. Velocity off on an open net, and now when defense has to make up for his transgressions, he's done enough to stall time for Bluey to deliver him an outlet pass, but Kasai has the play read, and it's just time in offense for Indiana Tech, not exactly sustained pressure.
No, but the Buccaneers are going to love that. They don't feel any bit of threatened here in that offensive push. Landed to the corner. At least takes the boost for consolation over possession. Good idea to disrupt the Warriors here. Chance for Leo as well to try to do the same, but that individual effort not going very well here for East Tennessee. They need a little bit more to break past that half.
Velocity and Leo, I think, both fate each other right there, playing mind games at the midfield line. And Kasai off the goal line, speedy as ever. Throws a half a tank of boost to set up a clear, but it comes off the back of a Reshiram shot and Bluey extension of this pressure play. Velocity tried to get involved with a shot on target, but even that is turned aside by ETSU.
Approaching is Landon from the corner again. Still a solo effort here to try to move the ball into a great attacking spot, but cleared away. Will slow them down for just the moment. Big demo on the back line, but Bluey doesn't get a great catch to move forward. A chance here to try and get something set up. Velocity shanks it high. Reshi now to follow a potential back wall double. Leo will deny, of course, to move the Buccaneers into a better position. Nice clear to dissipate that offense.
All right, Velocity, 100 boost off the ceiling. What can you do for us? With Bluey up ahead, it had to be a shot and would have been a goal if Velocity was able to get through Leo there. But the Frenchman has his countrymen's back as Leo and Kasai work together in defense to break away after finding a stop. Landon as well extending the play into Indiana Tech's end. As Kasai lurks, it's up to the Warriors of Indiana Tech once again to fight from behind late in regulation.
Touch for Leo, immediately deleted. I'm sorry, buddy. No longer allowed to play here in this final 30 seconds, at least for a moment, as they're approaching on the side of the Warriors. Bluey, big whiff at a potential shot. Landon has Reshi to beat, could do so, but Reshi throws it to the back wall, needs some help. This might be the last push the Warriors get.
And with Kasai on the ball, they won't get much time for their final push. They may not get a final push. Kasai calls game. ETSU, barring a miracle after this next kickoff, will be advancing to grands. But what a moment for Kasai to step up.
Up high, down low, diving the dagger through the net. 2-0 on the side of Indiana Tech. The Buccaneers, they won it. Bluey to start this kickoff off, and Reshi tried to continue it, but that is it. East Tennessee have decided to call game. They will see Concord in the grands.
This is their home state, and they won't let enemies infiltrate without ETSU putting up a fight. They still have another test later on, actually sooner rather than later, but they passed this one with flying colors. Indiana Tech did well to extend that series a bit, but never really found their form of yesterday, as East Tennessee State carry a spectacular defense and a star-studded offense into a big-time chance to take down the number one CRL team in North America.
And as you said, what more poetic way than a Tennessee team to be here in the grand finals against Concord. The Buccaneers, a chance to try one more time, though they will be at a game disadvantage. They get a chance nevertheless. Now we have to see what one of them may have to say. Give us just a moment, guys. We're going to grab someone up here to get an interview. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Scenic City Invitational, where 2 teams remain after 20 entered this event on Friday. With me, I've got the winning team from the lower bracket, one of their players at least, star player. Leo, how you feeling? I mean, that was a 4-1. Was it sweaty at all against Indiana Tech?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we played real well, but it started getting sweaty on the last games, because I feel like the first ones we kind of had we had the control over the games, but then, yeah, we had to do a bit more on the last 2 games because they started waking up, and it was pretty sweaty.
I mean, yesterday against Bruton Parker, same sort of thing happened where you guys go up early and then they force game 5. Is that something you guys are working on, closing out series sooner? Or, I mean, you're still getting wins, so does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, we're winning in the end, but we still have an issue with closing out series, definitely, because we always drop a game in every series. So, but we're winning, so I mean, it works.
That's what matters on LAN, and I mean, you've won to the point where you're playing Concord again. They were your first loss in bracket play yesterday. It was a 3-1. What are your thoughts on the rematch?
I'm really excited to play them again because last series we didn't really play our game at all, and yeah, we got punished for it. So now that if we just apply our game, I think we have a really good shot at winning. I'm really confident, so I really want to play them again.
All right, let's see it then. Leo, congrats on the win, man. Been a great run so far, but it is not done yet. The grand finals of the Scenic City Invitational LAN is coming up between Concord University and East Tennessee State University in just a little bit.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. 20 teams entered the tournament, 4 eliminated on the first day of the group stage, and then we got down to only 4 teams left as of yesterday. We've had some matches played today. We are down to our final 2 teams. Number 1 seed Concord takes on number 5 seed ETSU. It is grand finals time, Nutty.
These aren't the only 2 teams in the building. You can hear a couple of other teams warming up for CRL and screaming at the top of their lungs for no other reason than to just get hyped for this incredible matchup. ETSU has had a fantastic run through the lower bracket, which they started in yesterday. They've marched through their 2-0 today, taking down Kennesaw in 7 and then taking down Indiana Tech in 5. It was a good run.
It has been a fantastic run, and I was talking with Skyline before this. He has all the confidence in the world in his players. He knows how well they can play, but man, Concord, their complete record right now is 22 wins, 2 losses in terms of individual game record. And that 2 losses is 2 more than what they were even expecting out of this event. So I guess by Concord standards, that is a little bit on the worst end of things, but they look untouchable at present. I mean, Crispy, CMOS, and Helix have been undeniable thus far. Again, only dropping 2 individual games, have not dropped a series, and due to the way the tournament is set up and trying to make sure we avoid running overtime with CRL, it is a 1-game advantage to that of Concord.
Yes.
So if ETSU were to take down the series and be no bracket reset, that is it. This is the only series, and the advantage given to Concord from upper bracket is that game 1 victory. So this technically, when we start up, will be game 2.
Yeah, we will only play a maximum of 6 games, not 7. Shout out Joe Bro. But yeah, Concord coming in with that 1-game lead could be the turning factor. I do think ETSU, they proved they're a better team than Indiana Tech, at least today. I think they might be able to put up a little bit of a better fight.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, me too.
It was unfortunate seeing Indiana Tech go down like that. You can blame early matches and early times as much as you want, but in the end, Concord and ETSU were simply the teams to show up, and that's what you do on LAN. You have to work with the circumstances that are given to you. Both the 2 teams on stage did that better than anyone else, and now that is where we find ourselves. The 2 teams are joining the lobby. We're just about ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
This has been an incredible event. It all comes down to this one series. Players are hitting the field. We're just about ready to go, my friend.
This is great, man. I'm so excited. The game advantage to Concord, but you have the Avengers in Concord. Both teams having 2 Europeans, ETSU with Skyline in the back, Concord with DJ TJ. It is the grand finals of the first ever Scenic City Invitational underway.
Kasai gonna take his time. on the backboard. It's just a light 50 out front of net. CMOS left a little bit awkward. The extra touch does not find its way towards Landon. Instead, it's a demo from Crispy. Two of them onto Kasai and Leao. Landon retreating back. The two Frenchmen were removed from the field of play, but the Americans able to save it and kick it out wide as Leao looks to have another transition opportunity that pitches out wide.
It was a great hustle there from a longtime Buck member. Landon hustling back after both of his teammates were removed from the pitch. Crispy has had an unbelievable day today. He was, in my opinion, the best member of the Concord team in the upper bracket finals. But this is a completely different series. It's been an hour just over since they were last on the pitch. I don't know if there's any rust, but of course for these guys, probably not.
I don't think rust exists for like a Concord, and certainly not on the side of ETSU. Their defense has been the story of the entire day thus far, shutting down the powerful offense that is being brought to you by Kennesaw State, and then shutting down arguably one of the most dynamic offenses of the entire tournament, the Indiana Tech, and in 5 games nonetheless. Keeping both of those squads to extremely low scoring results was how ETSU got here. They're going to have to provide more of that same effort up against Concord if they want to pull off the shock of the tournament.
I like what you said about the defense. I will say though, the man who just boomed the ball over to his fellow Frenchman, Leo, Kasai, has had an absolute day today. Currently my front runner for tournament MVP. That may change depending on the results here, but Kasai has been on an absolute tear so far, McMaster.
Yes, he has, and it'll be Kasai as well on that goal end with the routine save and pop-up. Only one touch afforded to him, but it is a pass towards Landon. Shot top right corner, denied by Crispy. Two of the highlight players going back and forth between Kasai and Crispy on each other's respective back lines. Crispy, one touch out wide, no more boost in the tank. CMOS taking his time. We'll get the pinch on downfield as ETSU retreats. No real dangerous opportunities thus far. A couple pot shots towards net. The defenses have remained honest, and no defense has conceded through the first 2 minutes.
Both of these teams not playing, pardon me, necessarily passively, but trying to wait for the other team to make mistakes as there's a potential double from Landon just off the crossbar. Couldn't get the read, it was a little bit difficult, but we still stayed deadlocked at 0. But as I was saying, yeah, both of these teams definitely playing on their half more than in the opponents, as this is going to be the first. Leo strikes and the Bucks are on top.
The first goal of the series brought to you by Leao, and CMOS with a weird miss. I guess he was trying to respect the challenge that was coming through on the other side of ETSU, but instead connection is not made by either player, falls right into the lap of Leao, and as we approach the halfway point of this game, and now as we cross over it, it is 1-0 to the underdogs, but right away, look at that response. The kickoff goals and kickoff strategies have been so strong on the side of Concord.
Absolutely. TJ in the background, the coach, definitely probably thrown up a couple of plays so far this weekend for the boys to pull out on Sunday, and this one works perfectly. Like, I don't entirely think he was expecting it.
Not at all, and a lot of kickoff plays have worked out. It's going to be Helix looking for another, but Leo's able to stretch his arm out and deny that opportunity right away for Concord. But that we've seen that multiple times on the side of Concord. We saw the kickoff strategies come through in droves up against Indiana Tech. Most of them working to complete success in the form of a goal being the reward, and this time they were able to do the same here. But Crispy is bumped off the ball, does have the boost to recover, so does so accordingly. Kasai, the infield pass towards Landon. Crispy again on the denial. Full field clear means a restart of offensive possession for ETSU.
2 minutes to go in game 1. We saw a relatively fast response from Concord after the opener from Landon. CMOS now going to try and drop it down. Crispy backed away as Leao gets the ground pitch to open up some space for the Bucks and the rest of his team. Landon now just playing it back to himself, but Crispy takes over. He has a lot of space and a lot of boost. Loses his flip, looking for CMOS, goes under. The low 50 is absolutely massive.
And they're getting loud. You know that they are so excited. They want this win more than anything at present. CMOS going underneath Kasai. It's a gorgeous fake that ends up going in Concord's favor. 90 seconds left on the clock. ETSU, they led early, but now they're going to have to fight back.
Absolutely. These guys are the mountain of Collegiate Rocket League, and this is a very tall peak to climb for ETSU. Only a 1-goal deficit, and they did strike first. So by all means, not out of it in the slightest. But it does feel like, especially as Kasai's a touch awkward, able to get up that back wall with Helix hunting him down from above. Crispy over to CMOS. These two have linked up more times than I can count on 17,000 hands. Kasai, the MVP of this roster, needs to make something happen, or it could be Landon as well. He's also had an incredible day.
we'll see if we see some of the heroics that we saw out of Landon earlier yesterday. He is why they were able to lock down that W against BPC, leading them into today. And we haven't quite seen that show up just yet. It's Kasai trying to link up with Landon as Leao waits in the back for this pitch from Crispy. Will find his way downfield. On the chain dash comes Crispy. Pop up, going to be taken by Helix into the corner. Funny boost to work with. Demo from Leao on to CMOS. It'll be Helix trying to get the shot, but Kasai's there for the denial. Cross pass towards Helix once again, this time to the backboard. Just wasting time is Concord. But now a transition come the Buccaneers. Landed one touch, awkward off the backboard. Kasai is there for the shot, but it's kicked out wide.
Great 50 there from Crispy. 20 seconds to go. Leao has a reset, not going to be able to use it to his advantage. Helix is a little bit awkward, but he sticks with this ball. Landon pops it up. Leao has to get up quickly, but Crispy is the first one there to meet him. In the back corner, just trying to kill time. Gets it past Landon. Kasai's being hunted by Helix. Can he drop it down to a teammate? No, ends up hunting the bump. Leao can't find anything. Crispy and Landon keep this ball up, and eventually it gets killed. Game 1 in favor of Concord, but now they lead 2-0.
Yes, first game played between the two teams. I'll remind everyone that with this being the grand finals and Concord not having dropped a series yet, that they do walk into this with a 1-game advantage as a reward for making it all the way through the upper bracket. So, though that was game 1 in terms of gameplay, it is game 2 in this series, and now a 2-0 lead for Concord. And ETSU, they're going to have to win 4 of their next 6 somehow against Concord. They started off great, but ultimately the kickoff plays and the team plays coming through on the side of Concord were too much.
Definitely have to run on a hot streak, but it's nearly impossible to do that against these guys. Concord will shut you down and suffocate you, just like they did in Tech. They couldn't even break out of their own half. They took a game, but it was in overtime. They squeaked it by. They scored with what, like 10 seconds left, I believe, as well?
It was a close call.
Yeah.
It was as hard as any Tech could possibly fight, and Concord just looked comfortable the entire time. Concord called a timeout, and then as soon as the timeout was done, they went back in. They were trying to play mind games with Indy Tech, and I wonder if we're going to see a similar thing, or if they're going to take this a little more seriously, seeing as it is the grand finals. You know that their goal coming into today wasn't just to win as the consensus #1 seed, and as honestly the consensus #1 team in the country, but they wanted to come in, win this, then immediately dive into CRL, and end up taking that down too, which as of right now, they very well could.
Absolutely. I believe I'm correct. Concord and Indiana Tech are actually in the same pool for CR.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, that'll be a fun matchup later on in the day. But that's not the one that matters right now. 2 more to go for Concord before they sit atop the mountain of the Scenic City Invitational.
They've been dominant all throughout this weekend, and they're continuing their stretch of dominance. It is Crispy looking for the first. It's not on target. CMOS cannot get the shot. Turned out wide by Kasai. Now Crisp looking to dish up. A teammate cannot find that pass midfield. Said it's Leao to take it away. Kasai bumped out of the play as well. Leao up against 2 members of Concord. Landon's touch is not going to be met by a challenge from Crispy. Instead, it's Landon up top. Crispy will collect that corner boost and then decide to go for it.
30 seconds now, the delivery from Crispy off the reset to his teammate CMOS. Helix is that third man is up, has a reset, but can't even get it past the first. Leao, he's been solid in defense the entire day so far. As Crispy with the miss, it's a free net for Kasai, but he can't even beat CMOS. What a read there from him. He shot it directly into the large European.
That was an absolute Hail Mary diving across the net, coming through from CMOS, and he was able to find it. It looked free for Kasai, and arguably should have been, but instead we continue on, knotted up at 0 apiece. Leao looking to start the offense, centering it out. CMOS on the turn, cannot get the pop above Kasai. Instead it's sent over towards the sidewall, dropping down Helix with the shot over the head of Leao, but Kasai is there to close the window of opportunity once more. Concord trying to strike, cannot find anything. It is CMOS now from the sidewall. No bumps from Leao. Reset, bringing it back infield. Kasai will nuke it on down.
They're mechanically gifted, but the one thing that I think sets Concord apart from everyone else is just the fundamentals. They're mechanically incredible, but the fundamentals are nearly perfect. Their 50s, rock solid. It's hard to break past them once they have you trapped in your own back line. But Landon tries to be the first to do so in game 3. His shot goes wide and is inevitably saved by Helix. CMOS now on the delivery back to Helix, pardon me, that ball just high as well. Kasai in a 1v1 has the reset, can't get it past Crispy, and Landon tries to look for his teammate, but it's intercepted again by CMOS. He's been everywhere.
Yes, he has, and honestly, that's just how Concord feels. It is so difficult. It feels like every time you're in the defensive half, they just have you locked in a straitjacket. You cannot move. You cannot reposition. The second you try to is when they swarm at their hardest. However, Helix is bumped upfield by Leao, and so no shot will come through. 1-on-1 Kasai against Crispy. Cannot get it by the staunch defense brought to you by Concord. Kasai on the turn once more, has Leao waiting in the wings, elects to go solo. Crispy one touch, Leao no rebound. Landon the turn, does win the challenge up against Concord, but it is going to be Seamoss linking up with Crispy downfield. Back infield, nuked downfield by Kasai. It'll be Helix once again on the denial. This time Leao looking to center it out, can't get over the top of Crispy. Both defenses have really locked it down. There hasn't been a crazy opportunity outside of that one by Kasai.
This is the most continued offense we've seen from ETSU this game, and still Concord's able to break out. Helix is not able to locate the double tap. Crispy on the follow, gets it cleared away as well. Landon now gets the sidewall skimmer back into that far left corner. He does not collect the 100 boost, rather opts to hunt for some bumps. But now Helix on the link up with Seamoss. It's going to go straight to Crispy. The net is weak, but retreating is two members of ETSU. It's empty for Kasai, and the potential offensive MVP of the tournament strikes.
That was massive. The double commit actually works out. Helix is just simply beat to the ball. Kasai had low boost, and it did not matter. He is too quick at this moment in time. ETSU, for the second game in a row, are able to get that first goal on the board. The only question is, are they going to be able to continue holding on to that lead? Because it disappeared within mere seconds of their first goal last game. Now they're already back into their half. Crispy looking to run rough shot on the defense, but Landon's able to escape.
Well, they've survived the kickoff, which is the one thing that caused them trouble after they scored in game one. But still, 90 seconds, not necessarily backs against the wall, but when you're playing Concord, it sure feels like it, especially with Crispy on the ball. He has the ability to carry it at will wherever he pleases on the field. Landon and Crispy again combined for a 50 that favors Concord. Landon quickly tries to get a booming clear, but again, the rotations are so sound from Concord that you can't find the holes.
And yet, similarly, the defensive rotations, for the most part, have been perfect on the side of ETSU. This one goal somehow feels safe enough. It obviously won't feel safe enough for the players, but the way the defense is showing up on the side of the Buccaneers, this feels okay. They would love some more insurance, especially right now, because that is so dangerous, but Leao holds his nerve, looking for the pitch as well. The Cooks are pitched downfield! Leao with a gorgeous insurance goal!
The ETSU fans erupt in their seats, all of them. There's a good amount of ETSU fans in here as well. But Leao, again, a beautiful pitch. It's two. This is the first multi-goal lead against Concord we've seen all day.
And the first multi-goal lead of this series as well. That was just a 2-1 scoreline last game. As it has popped up, Kasai off the kickoff will try to find Leao downfield. Instead, it's Helix on the turn. The ball actually gets away from him, so the 50 will be found once again by Leao. Up top, Kasai centering. Not going to be able to find anyone at this moment in time, but offense is the best defense until two players commit. Only one person left. Leao is able to still defend successfully. Under 30 seconds left. Crispy, infield, Helix, no shot available.
I liked the pass down from Crispy, but still, with limited time, they're just going to take what they can get. Have to score with 1 or more seconds remaining on the clock, and it might be possible. Landon gets demoed out, but now Leao on the transition. So many seconds coming off the clock. It will not be a clean sweep here in the grand finals. ETSU takes one.
And honestly, pretty convincingly. There weren't too many dangerous offensive opportunities going on the side of Concord. You know, we saw multiple passes come through, we saw a lot of shots, but at the same time, we never really saw too many dangerous moments on the defense. No panic moments, unlike when we saw Kasai when he tried having that one touch upfield. Seamoss had to make that diving save. That was the only way, or the only time where we really saw Concord threatening, and ETSU had that opportunity with Kasai, and then two more to back it as well. The defense for ETSU was elite, and the offense is now starting to come online as well.
The shots and saves were equal for both teams. 7 shots, 5 saves, but the 2 remaining shots that weren't saved for ETSU did end up sneaking through. Can't say the same for Concord.
Right, yeah. I mean, there were still plenty of shots, and Concord is going to continue on the pressure. We know this to be a fact. We'll just see whether or not they continue working on that offense. Now they've been shut out, and it's got to be the first time this entire tournament that they've had no goals in a game. Like Seamoss, Helix, and Crisp, they know how to link up with each other as well as any other team in this entire tournament. And yet that game, they were just reduced to absolutely nothing. They're again back on the offensive pressure, but now that the 50's been lost, Helix has to retreat back. Leao wins the 50. Seamoss is there to turn and then start the possession again. We'll see what threatening opportunities come alive early.
Just a reminder, this is a rematch from the winners round 1. Concord and ETSU played at about 10 a.m. yesterday morning. That was a 3-0 Concord victory. So already ETSU putting up a better fight. As they dropped to the lower bracket, they then went through Kennesaw B, Akron Glue, Bruton Parker, Kennesaw A as well, and then Indiana Tech to make it all the way here. That's 5 lower bracket matchups. Absolute resilience shown from the Bucks.
Absolutely right. Yeah, the fact that they've been able to drop down, well, they dropped down so early, not to obviously any desire of their own, but their fight back, 5 straight victories, for most of them being dominant victories at that. The only one that was, I mean, for the most part competitive was the matchup with BPC late last night. That was at the end of the day when both teams were already super worn down. That one went to 5. I mean, actually, my bad, KSUA earlier today, my apologies. But the fact that they've been able to thwart off so many close attempts at ending their tournament life, and now they're here competing against the consensus #1 team in the country, and are doing so to pretty good lengths of success. There's so much that can be said about what ETSU is doing, but at the same time, none of this would be said if it wasn't for Concord being such a well-known monster and machine in CRL.
ETSU's first LAN is the Scenic City Invitational, and the only 2 series losses that they will have, regardless of this outcome, is Concord and Cumberland. Those are the only 2 teams that they lost to, and they were the top 2 seeds here. So a very valiant showing from the Bucks, nevertheless, but still, there's work to be done in the grand finals.
Absolutely right, and I think one of the things I'm also going to emphasize actually comes from the interview with Kasai earlier when they did beat KSUA, which is the fact that this team has been together for 2 weeks. Concord's been around for a long time. They have many LAN results, many LAN victories, but the fact that ETSU has been around for 2 weeks, again, another testament to how strong these players believe in their missions. Kasai is able to save that out wide. CMOS, though, trying to apply more pressure, does not have any teammates to pass to, instead resorts to going back towards Helix on the turn. Infield carry, looking to go on his own, instead lay out and turn it out wide, and bumps are being attempted but not being found at present by Concord. Landon, routine save. Crispy keeping the possession alive towards Helix. Shot, top left corner, not going to be found. The rebound is there. However, it's off the bar. A rare inaccuracy from Crispy costs Concord a goal.
Yeah, that's not very common from any of the Concord players. It's probably the first time we've seen it all series as well. It might loom large. 2 minutes to go. ETSU has a chance to continue to take the lead just like they did in Game 3.
We'll see what can happen. A great fake from Crispy. He's going to get the musty, but Leo is still there in time. Helix now does not have the space to work with. Kasai's going to shut that down. This has been a much more threatening offense being provided by Concord this game. But still, again, the story of this game, this series, and of this day has been the defense of the Buccaneers. Helix is going to try to turn on this. He will do so successfully on the pop-up, leaving it for Crispy. No more boost. The shot is light. It is a routine save. 2 players commit, but Land is not out of position. That pass from CMOS will find Crispy to the backboard. Anyone there for a shot? It is CMOS. He finally finds the bottom right corner. Crowd erupting. Concord, it took so long, but they finally get back on the board.
And you can tell ETSU was absolutely scrambling for the past 20 to 30 seconds. Good on them for continuing their incredible defense, but eventually they will break with Concord continuing to pound them with shot after shot after shot. On the pop, Kasai, who's had a wonderful series so far. Can't get it past CMOS, so Crispy takes over, no angle for him. Drops it to his teammate CMOS. Landon now on the carry. Maybe a 1v1, just has Helix to beat, which he cannot. Sound defense from Concord to go along with their rock-solid offense.
Kasai has boost, but CMOS is not going to give him the space to work. Traded demos mean it's a 2v2 temporarily. Going underneath one is Kasai, no bump successful. Now he's going to grab boost as well, but CMOS is challenging right away. That'll find its way towards Crispy as well. Shot on target layout is there in the nick of time. Limited boost, going to slow down the pace of play, gets around 1, but not around a second. Concord swarming right now, and there is so little that can be done about it. Kasai with the reset against 1, does get the 50, but it kicks out wide. No shooter available. CMOS with great pace. Helix is going to take his time out front. Him and Crispy find themselves in the same position, but it is not to the detriment of the defense.
Final countdown of 30 seconds begins as it might be a free ball for Landon. He does get the, or pardon me, he does not get the corner boost, which might sputter out any attempts from him. As Kasai takes it to the heavens and right back down again. Leo has to be careful here, ends up leaving it for Landon when it is cut out by Helix, who loses his life for it. Leo, no reset to play with. He also just didn't have much control, but the control from Kasai is something that he does not lack at all. CMOS maybe taking a goal away from Helix, as Kasai, no boost. None of ETSU have remotely any boost, and it might be the second Kasai keeps it alive. They have to go coast to coast, but the fake from Crispy puts us on match point.
These two teams have now traded shutouts, this time in favor of Concord. That is their third game out of 4 that are required, and wow, what a number that is on our screen. Concord with 14 shots, which is obviously a great number for threes, but ETSU had 0.
None. Not a single one.
0 shots from ETSU is just not acceptable. They were on defense the entire time, and we are getting ourselves a timeout from ETSU. It'll be a full 60 seconds once the match switches over to the next map. And, you know, on the side of ETSU, that was just all pressure. We barely even saw the blue side of the half that game.
Oh, is there taunting? Oh, is there taunting? Oh, yeah, look at DJ. Man, this guy's incredible. I love that guy.
I hope the microphone picked that up. TJ is actually nearer side stage to us, so I think it would have been picked up. But DJ TJ, the coach of Concord, coach and alternate of Concord, is shouting over to the other side of the stage, seeing what exactly Skyline can draw up, trying to get in his head, trying to irritate the players of ETSU. The second they start playing with their emotions, Concord is just like, all right, fine, we'll take over.
I mean, let's be transparent, though. Skyline is absolutely cooking something up. One of the better coaches at this tournament. TJ is also up in that conversation for sure.
Correct.
Yeah, both of these teams, they're top 2 for a reason, and part of it is because of the guys that they have behind them.
Yeah, absolutely right. You got to wonder, you know, what adjustments really can be made for ETSU, because Concord there, they looked a lot better than they did in the first 2 games. They obviously got the game win first. Then the second one, they dropped 2-0, didn't get anything on the scoreboard. There, they just played possession and pressure the entire time. How is ETSU supposed to escape that?
They had a fantastic, or pardon me, they did a fantastic job of counterattacking in game, I guess it would be 3, yeah? Game 3.
Yep.
Game 4, nothing. There was it was suffocating. They couldn't escape. Everywhere they looked, it was a wall. It's like you're trapped in a room.
It was rough,
yeah,
to say the least. And you know, that's not you know, anything against ETSU. That's just Concord being Concord. Again, I will reemphasize every single time, they are the consensus best collegiate Rocket League team that the country has to offer. Actually, I should say that North America has to offer, as there are Canadian teams as well, but Concord has simply just been better than them as well so far this season. We are starting up this next game. It is technically game 5. It is the 4th game that we are playing on stream, as again, Concord carries a 1-game advantage coming from the upper bracket, having not dropped the series yet. And it will be Landon to nuke the ball downfield. This is actually more of the blue half that we've seen than the entirety of last game.
I mean, you're not wrong. They shouldn't have to say it, but you're not wrong. Crispy on the reset off the ceiling. Can't find the second touch. CMOS and Landon combine for a mid-air 50. So Leo takes over. Tries to go under Helix, but he is not fooled remotely. Kasai now back to himself, but with little to no boost. There's not much that can be done from him except try and locate a teammate. That's the one thing I want to see more out of ETSU. It's just felt like a lot of their touches has just been booms downfield. Maybe to buy some time and get some boost, but like you got a guy to your left, you got a guy to your right. Use them, find them.
Yeah, have some intent behind your play. And that was something that worked so well in the game that ETSU were able to win, is that they got creative and their touches had intent other than just get rid of it and get rid of the pressure. When they're able to lock it down, when their clears aren't just to nuke downfield, but instead to try to find teammates, that's when things start rolling for them, and the defense has all the potential to be able to do that. They absolutely can. It's just a matter of seeing whether or not they can put it into practice, and at least as of right now, they're doing a decent job of it. Layout does get a demo onto Helix, but CMOS does still have the ball, interrupted by Landon. Now here comes Kasai on the turn. This guy has been great on the ball all throughout the tournament. On the reset, extra touch towards that. Crispy still has it on lock.
We saw the demo come out from Leo. That's more, I want to see more physicality, specifically from Landon. He's done a great job the entire day of opening some space for his teammates, specifically Kasai as well. He's had a great day because both of his teammates have pushed the physicality and pushed the space, and an air dribble bump coming in from CMOS allows Leo to create a one-on-one, pick his spot, but Helix reads it.
And we genuinely have fans right now chanting Crispy, CMOS, Helix in front of us. I really hope that was picked up by the mic, fellas. Thank you very much for that. Bring the LAN environment. You know, get loud, be excited, because that's what the LAN environment brings, is that in-person excitement, the volume, the crowd. It is so different than playing online, and Helix is looking to put a highlight on the reel. Cannot finish it over the top of Landon. Kasai going to be up next, 50 Kev neutral at the sidewall. CMOS, another dump down into the corner where he will chase the ball unsuccessfully. Leao has one. Helix, reset, over the top of one. Kasai, routine clear. CMOS still there. Kasai not able to find a pinch. 50 straight up off the ceiling. We're approaching halfway, and this just looks like more of the same from last game.
It's just high IQ play from Concord. They're just waiting for ETSU to boom the ball right back in their cars. There's no intent.
Like you said earlier from ETSU, but maybe Kasai has the intent to get the lead. Couldn't force it past CMOS as he keeps us even at 0. Helix, is that net empty? No, Leo is back in time, but it was rather close. Closer than you'd expect from this ETSU defense that's been so strong all day. Kasai was hunting the last man, and Helix, he could not find him either.
And Landon's left on 0 as well. He'll just have to clear it out towards Leao, but still, it's Crispy again, able to find that touch and just intercept the passing plays. You know, I wonder, regardless of how much intent you have behind these plays, how much can you really succeed when Concord is there at every turn of the play? There will be no boost being stolen. However, there is 2 players upfield for Concord. They believe in this offensive possession. It is cleared back down. CMOS is there. Leao, sidewall, no double tap. Kasai, shot just off target. Crispy, once again, clearing up high. And based on the score line, based on the time left, 1 goal could be the difference between a Game 6 and a champion.
I don't even think it could. I think it will. And it might be ETSU. Landon tried to drop it down to Leo. Those two have linked up numerous times, specifically against Indiana Tech. It was one of the reasons that they won that series. Helix has to be careful as third man, but he's poised. He's not shaken. He's been on the main stage in the grand finals before, so has Leo. He tries to sneak one through, but now Crispy has members of his team to his left and behind him, has options to play with, but Helix with no boost takes over. A poor clear from Leo, and finally he breaks out of his own half.
Now Landon just trying to find boost in the corner, but it is nowhere to be found. CMOS on the control once again. That last possession from ETSU was the best one we've seen in 2 games. It lasted for a while, but regardless, the Concord defense was staunch and did not concede. It is Kasai with the flip reset. CMOS on the early challenge against Leao, just kept low on the ground. Crispy, one more, gonna follow up as well. Up against Landon, gets the reset over the top of one. Kasai is there, he'll clear it out wide. 30 seconds left to go. Still zeros across the board for both teams. Leao, clear downfield. Here's Kasai. He's already downfield for the double tap, denied by Crispy. Golden opportunity in transition, not going to be given up upon just yet. Landed to the backboard once more, no more boost in the tank for him. He'll have to retreat back, and that was as good of an effort as any we've seen from ETSU.
Final countdown begins as we approach Game 5 overtime. ETSU needs it. There's a demo on the back line. Leo's there! 2 seconds to go, and ETSU have put themselves in the lead.
Landed over the top of Crispy. The double comes through over to CMOS from Kasai. Leo buries it. 2 seconds though. There is still time on the clock. You know Concord are not going to give up this game
We've
just
seen the kickoff
yet.
goals.
Yes, the kickoff strategy has been crucial. They double commit, and instead ETSU just let it be. It rides the ground, and the Buccaneers have a second game. It is 3-2. They're still alive.
Game 6?
Yes.
You know, that's what I wanted it to go to at least, man. I'm glad they took 2. This is fun. This is great. Leo, that was an incredible shot. I mean, he surely can hear the entire crowd, everyone roaring after that. It was beautiful.
And it took all 3 members of ETSU to get that goal as well. It took Kasai getting a demo. It took Landon getting the beat over the top of Crispy, and Leo was able to put it away. It's the fact that it takes all 3 of them that really speaks to the level of defense being played by both teams. Because now we've had a 2-0 game for ETSU, and then a 1-0 for Concord, now a 1-0 for ETSU. Low scoring. Defense clearly wins championships.
That's 3 out of the 4 games that have been played that have been shutouts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many total goals is that?
Oh my goodness, it has been minimal.
8.
If it was 2-1,
It's been 8.
if it was 2-1 in game 1, there's 3, and then another 4 actually. It's
Oh,
been 7
sure.
total goals between the 2 teams in 4 games. Or excuse me, 5 games. Misspoke.
Sure.
Because we have that extra.
That's fine. I mean, the defense. We've yapped about the defense from ETSU all day long. We've yapped about the defense from Concord all year long. Both of these squads are able to hunker down the fort. But again, we come back into Game 6. Match point again for Concord. Maybe with just one more, we can see Champions Field.
That's the hope, honestly. That's the hope, at least as a caster, for the sake of entertainment.
for
I would
sure.
love if ETSU
Absolutely.
could take this down and end up going to Champions Field. We'll find out whether or not that is the case. Right off kickoff, it is going to be a ball that finds its way over towards Landon. Good pinch off the sidewall, but Helix has it on lock. He might find his way down towards CMOS as well. 2 players commit from on the side of Concord, being Helix and CMOS. But what a great pass back it was to make sure that double commit was not detrimental. And the bump onto Kasai means that this is simply a dump and chase situation for ETSU. However, Kasai finds a 50. It's out in front. Awkward for Crispy. No shot denied by Crispy. Leao was there, but did not get there in time.
Bad comms there. It looks like a little bit of a double commit, but it's rendered, pardon me, unmanageable for the Concord defense. As now Landon puts a shot on target. Kasai follows and he sakes it. The momentum might be shifting before our very eyes.
And there's a shift of volume,
Yeah,
too.
you hear 'em.
There is a shift of volume on the other side of the stage. That's the loudest we've heard ETSU so far, except for when they got their first game win. But now they've gotten 2 under their belts and the lead here in Game 6. This is to keep their tournament life alive. But look at the kickoff strategy coming through. Kasai is able to deny it, and that is something that Concord and DJ TJ have been relying on heavily, have been those kickoff strategies. You get hit, you answer back right away by having some sort of unique strategy, but the bump comes through from Landon. Helix is left awkward. Kasai can't get the shot. ETSU, they just look progressively more confident as time goes on.
And that's exactly what you want to see. You know that the defense is there, but the offense, specifically Landon's offense, in my opinion, is that X factor. If he comes online, then I think it might just be wraps for Game 6. We could just go ahead to Game 7.
I can't believe they were even saying that. Concord in Game 7, not something that
Doesn't
really
make
crossed
sense.
my mind, not with the game advantage. Certainly not, but ETSU, they're bringing the fight right now. They look poised. Kasai is going to go up against Crispy, does lose that challenge, it drops down. Helix cannot interrupt Leao. It's an odd jump, but CMOS is still able to get there and Leao make sure there's no shot on target. That is a miss from Landon, and here comes CMOS. Extra touch down low. Kasai on no boost. Regardless of that, he is able to clear out the ball only as far as Crispy, who is going to take it to the backboard once more. Bump onto Landon. Helix there. Drop down. CMOS. It is behind him. A slight miscommunication on the passing attempt from Concord when, honestly, their passes have been just about as solid as anyone else's.
The physicality was what opened the first goal for ETSU, and it's also what allowed them to cash in one of their goals last game. That is definitely something that we need to see more. Skyline's got to get his team going, get him loud, get him angry. Concord might be angry, but I want to see ETSU angry as well.
Well, I think Concord's angry for the wrong reasons. This
I
is not
agree.
what they expected. They wanted to come into this event and not drop a single game. Instead, what we're seeing right now is a very close grand final series. Very awkward defensively, but Leo will clean up the mess. Kasai and Landon definitely tripped over each other there. Kasai, even on no boost, is able to beat the full boost. Crispy, somehow, some way, back in field. Landon, only Helix to wait about. He pops it towards the ceiling instead, does not take a shot, did not trust the bump attempt as CMOS was able to take out Landon. Temporary man advantage. Helix downfield up against Landon. 51 by Landon. ETSU look really solid as we've crossed halfway into Game 6.
CMOS now on the give and go from, pardon me, not the give and go, the light give from Crispy. Could not find his way through. The net's empty for ETSU, but the hustle does allow both Landon and Leao to return after Kasai got removed. Helix has to make the read. Crispy beats out one. It's just Leo. A small one-on-one opportunity as both teammates of Leao's return back to the orange net. Just under 2 minutes to go, and there's still a lot of time, especially for Concord. We've seen them score and come back with 20 seconds, let alone 2 minutes, and Crispy might be the man to do it.
This is getting very nerve-wracking. I can feel the heartbeat start picking up as that is a goal line effort from Leo. You saw the ball start to cross over that net, but still it is carried out wide. Crispy,
Pass.
CMOS, no shot gonna come through from Concord. Leo on nothing in the tank. Up against Helix, it's just a controlled touch, but look at the bumps coming through on both sides. Defensively, offensively, doesn't matter. They're getting physical. They are fighting for this goal, Concord is. They're able to get into the corner. CMOS cannot get the bump onto Leo. So much effort, so many opportunities, still nothing as Leo tries to bring it downfield and CMOS will carry it out.
Just continue the pressure from ETSU as CMOS with a nice little sidewall read. Crispy gets the 50. It's getting strange. It's getting, it's getting hard for ETSU to continue to hold on, but they remain 60 seconds to go. A give from Leao to Kasai does not connect as now CMOS sees Crispy upfield, but he doesn't even jump. He read Kasai the entire way. Leao now on the corner redirect. It doesn't go in, but Kasai doubles the lead, and it's his second of Game 6.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable touch coming through from Leao to set up Kasai. The two Frenchmen on the side of ETSU linking up, and with 46 seconds left, the lead is still not entirely safe, but man, it's gotta feel good to have that second goal if you're on the side of the Buccaneers. They might even add another. Crispy's low on boost, he is retreating, it's a race back towards net. Kasai, double tap, not there, turned out wide, but this wastes away seconds that Concord do not have.
They picked these two up for a reason. They got Landon some help. Skyline's behind them. These four actually, pardon me, might be coming together for their first LAN shocker, but not if Crispy and CMOS have anything to say about it. 20 seconds, like I said, more than enough time.
It's not safe. It is not safe for ETSU, and that was just an overcommit, an oversight from the players of ETSU. They're getting excited, but they cannot allow that to drive them too far up the field and cost them a goal and possibly this championship. 20 seconds separate us from another game being the final game, a game 7 between these two teams, but not if anything, not if Concord has anything to say about it. Crispy, the reset, the shot, finds the double off the bar! Concord are waking up at the right moment!
They are inevitable. You can never count them out. They're never done. They're never in bed. You hear the crowd getting loud. 10 seconds, a goal or overtime is all we need.
Let's see what they have drawn up. Again, we've been emphasizing the kickoff goals on the side of Concord all day long, and it is a fake. Crispy actually passes over towards CMOS, but it's a little bit awkward as the seconds tick down. CMOS, no touch, fake, carry, ball alive, looking for the 0-second attempt. Popped up by layout. Is there a shooter? It is Helix to try to 50 with Landon. Overtime accepted. ETSU and Concord to decide, do we have a champion or do we have game 7?
ETSU had zero plans of keeping that ball up, and I can't say I blame them. All the momentum right now with Concord. 1 goal between them and first place at the first LAN of the year. Crispy now tries to get it past everyone. Landon gets removed. Leao has to be careful. Buy some time. 2 members commit. 1 member stays. Landon with the clear. But for how much longer can they stick around? Gets it past CMOS. Can't find the 50 on Helix. So now it's Leo that King takes over.
It's going to be Helix just taking his time. Leo, infield turn. 2 players commit, Crispy and Helix, both up top. To the backward now, Landon on the drop down. There is no one back. It is Kasai just playing safe.
Numbers.
2-on-1, shut down by Leo right away. Did not want Kasai to be in that situation. Helix up top to the backward once more. Crispy, continuation touch. Kasai looking to start a transition opportunity, but right away to CMOS shutting that down hard off the side while the ball goes. Back downfield, Helix trying to annoy Leao. Does so out front, awkward ground pitch to get the clear. Crispy not alleviating the pressure just yet. 60 seconds into overtime. Good opportunity for Concord, but it's going to be taken out to the corner.
They need boost. Leo is starved. He's been chasing every single member of Concord, trying to remove them, grant his teammates some space. CMOS is hunting upfield. That net not fully empty. Kasai recovers. A clutch save from him. Helix is waiting, but the pass goes over toward Landon, who takes over. Has no reset. Down off the ceiling. Crispy's there. No bumps come through, but the boost is stolen. Landon turns, tries to stick with it, ends up leaving it for Leao. Where's Kasai? He's up. It's going to go straight down, but Crispy able to remove it. What a game from him.
And now ETSU, where they're trying to apply that pressure, trying to set up shop in the offensive half. It'll be Kasai on the follow, looking for the solo effort, but CMOS was up so early. Now it's up to Crispy. 1 touch, ball not going to find its way to the ceiling. Looking for bumps on the Leao. He won't find that either. Helix, 1 touch. Leao playing control. 1 around Helix, and now CMOS hard into the corner. Kasai there on no boost will clear it out wide. Landon is beat to the ball.
Empty.
Crispy has an opportunity. The defense is slow to react. CMOS out in front of net. Will not find a teammate. Helix is not willing to take that risk just yet.
Concord not willing to send the house quite yet. They know that if they lose this, it's game 7. They'd rather bet on themselves to make a mistake after ETSU, but ETSU might just have to send the whole house. It's their backs against the wall. 1 goal between them and elimination. Second place is great, but it's not as great as first. And now it's a 1v1. Landon has no boost. CMOS! Sends him to bed and wins the first annual Scenic City Invitational.
It was dramatic, it was electric, and CMOS is the one who takes it home on his own. Concord, the #1 team in North America, lock it down, take the victory, and win the Scenic City Invitational.
And it's so fitting that the tournament MVP steps up 1 more time, 2.5 minutes into overtime, to send us home.
Absolutely amazing event, all things considered. Again, Concord take it down in 6. ETSU fought hard as ever. Definitely gave Concord a run for their money. That was as close as a series as you could ask for. What a showing from ETSU. They do claim second. They overperformed their pre-tournament seeding substantially. Great tournament from them, and it's only been 2 weeks that team's been together. They have so much potential.
Oh yeah, I think the sky's the limit for that team. They fall at second, but again, like, what is it now? 30 minutes they're playing CRL. I expect big things from this team. Hopefully they make it into league play and then shot some people along the way. But don't go anywhere. We are going to get an interview from one of the major winning players. Stick around. Welcome back, guys. With me, I have the tournament MVP, CMOS. Congratulations on the first LAN of the year. You guys take it down. ETSU 4-2 in the grand finals. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we shouldn't have been that close, but they surprised us. Like, they played really well. I give props to them. Like, they're going to be a good team for sure.
Yeah, I think they surprised everyone. Coming in as the 5th seed, ended up getting 2nd. Yeah, yeah! Give it to the guy, he deserves it! Tell me, CMOS, going into CRL, you guys are coming off a big high. Are you expecting to ride the wave?
Oh, of course. We're Maryville not playing this semester in CRL, we have no option but winning.
I agree, man. You got any other final shout-outs before I get you back to your team to go eat?
You gotta close the door to open the window, man.
Just shut up, Rex, man. You know what? Sure, I like it. I like it. Well, thank you guys. That's going to be it from us and the Scenic City Invitational. For all of the production team, Bepic, Taquito, McMaster, all of the teams, Concord winning. Thank you guys so much, and we will be sure to see you guys next year.
All right, good stuff.
and sold